This is Dwarf Fortress Stream. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress Stream. This is... Okay, let's actually get down to Dwarven business. We have much to do. Many migrants have arrived. They are peasants. They are all kinds of things. We'll start by assigning one of our peasants, say Zuglar, to be a trapper. Why a trapper? Because there's some weird stuff happening here with little vermin running around. We haven't actually spotted any yet, but they will be there. Trapping has been assigned. But trapping requires certain workshops. So it's time to build another little workshop compound. We've already got a kitchen, a still, and a butcher shop. In fact, that's the main thing we needed. So that'll probably do it. Wasn't the pigmaster a butcher after all? Pigmaster is not a butcher, but should be. So the pigmaster can do all these things. We're going to want a tanner's shop too, so we'll just quickly dig that out before we go much further. Good to have a tanner's shop right next to your butcher shop. And then, so the butcher can go and butcher the pig and then take the skin over to the tanner's shop and tan the pig too. We also got a load of new animals, and pastures are getting a little small here, so it's time to expand the pasture size. So the pasture is just going to go out to, say, there. That's on removing zones, stop removing zones. So now we've placed our pasture with, in the I, pasture zone creation menu. Press N to make pasture, Shift N, and here we will pasture all of our grazers, all the animals that will die if they don't have grass to eat. And that's it. Oat lamb. That's all of them. Now the other animals that we also gained can go into this pasture. This will be called the indoor animal, we're typing it in here, animal zone. And this will be the grazer's field, as it has now been named, indoor animal zone. It's got hens, boars, sows, which are pigs, and it's going to have some more thingies, namely a keat. And the puppy, we'll just let the puppy roam free. Now the puppy will chill here too. They shouldn't need too much space. They don't need to eat grass or anything. In fact, they don't need to eat anything. They're just basically free meat. We also need some more bedrooms because we've expanded our dwarf count. We need 7 more bedrooms for the new arrivals from last time. So we'll set these to priority 3. That's 2 bedrooms. And then we'll do a couple more bedrooms. There's 4, 6, and 7. Clean that up. There, so now they're going to begin digging the bedrooms. What else have we got to do? We need some more cups. We've got new dwarves, we need more cups, so we're going to place an order to make more cups. Make wooden cups. We're going to set 2 more orders of cups, which will be 6 more cups. This should cover all the dwarves. We also have a need of an axe. We're going to forge a copper battle axe because we sold our last axe to the dwarves in exchange for a lot. It was made of steel. So we need a new battle axe, which is really what they use to cut trees. So that copper battle axe will be made, except we don't actually have a weaponsmith. I'm checking Dwarf Fortress right now and finding the stuff about weaponsmithing, and indeed, there is no one assigned to make weapons. That's why we never got our large serrated copper disc last time. Because you need a weaponsmith to make those things. It's not actually a blacksmith or a metalsmith, it's a weaponsmith who makes the trap components, those deadly things like giant spiked balls and upright spikes and such things. So who wants to be the weaponsmith? It's going to be a newbie. We have so many newbies. Let's make it Dodok Keithzertiner. Dodok K. Where are you? Kekathzuntir. It says they're a leather worker. It says she's a leather worker, but we have multiple leather workers from our last batch of dwarves, so we don't actually need that many. We are going to need one at most for now. So Dodok has become our weaponsmith. Hooray! She can make us that axe and any trap components we may want. We might actually just have her do some practice weaponsmithing to get her level up before we have her work with steel. We're also going to want an anvil. This will allow us to make more blacksmith forges, metalsmith forges, that is. And that would let us build armor, build weapons all at the same time. This is good. What else do we need? What do you think? Military is going to happen. Ashery and soap manufacturing are going to happen too. We'll make a little space here for the ashery and the soap manufacture. And let's let the dwarves play it out just for a moment. Some of them are running down here. Someone's created a masterful barrel. Nobody's working down in the deep mines. That's okay, they don't need to. They're probably busy digging out our new areas that we've designated at high priority. And as you can see, the miners are right here, digging away, getting rid of all that stuff that's in the way. This one's actually going to be our leather worker, but they can stay as a miner now for the time being, until we actually have leather industry afoot. So we're going to put down a little workshop, a tanner's workshop, not mechanics. I pressed T for tanner, but it's actually N for tanner. So this is a perfect spot for a tanner shop, and we'll make it from microcline. While we're at it, we'll just let that dwarf finish digging. There, we'll make a workshop for an ashery, which is a vital component of our soap industry. It can only be made of blocks. Oh, and a barrel. It shouldn't matter which kind of barrel. We'll do a nice cherry wood barrel and a cherry wood bucket to match. And then we'll do a quick soap workshop right there. Give it a bucket, and we'll make it out of microcline, bright blue. And we'll let them work away for a second. The mason's not busy, the craft store's busy. We should designate a little area here for seeds because the seed pile seems to have overflowed. So this whole area will be a seed pile. And we'll call this seed pile 2. Change the settings so that it's not all food, but only seeds. And what else should we do? There's an endless number of things to be done. We'll let the time pass a little bit. The construction of butcher shop has been suspended. Well, what do we do when that happens? Unsuspend it. And let them keep building it. Oh, another masterpiece bucket has been created. That's not very significant, really. It's just somewhat interesting. Someone canceled building a butcher shop again. Let's uncancel it. Eventually they'll figure out how to do it, hopefully. What else should we do? We've got our butcher, kitchen, ashery, soaper in progress. We've got our trapper assigned. The trapper needs to have a butcher shop ready so that we can assign them to trap some animals. And also, in fact, we can tell them to make some traps while we wait. Q, trap. We want to make animal traps. We're going to do wood so that it does not require the metalsmith's forge. Let's make 3 animal traps for a start. As you can see, all of our orders here are progressing along. Oh, they're not progressing, but they're there. And now stuff's progressing. The burners are burning wood, the smelters are smelting. We actually want to create some orders to have them milk the pigs. So this didn't work before because we were constantly saying that there's nobody to milk because the pigs had been milked or they weren't ready to be milked. But we're going to make the order better this time. We're going to set some conditions on it. We're going to add a condition from reagents/materials by pressing R. A first, add, and then we do R to add a condition from reagents. This menu is wonderfully designed. Change order condition, no. Amount of items available is at least 0. We want to delete that condition, add conditions. So there is no add conditions from reagents/materials, it appears. And we also cannot add conditions from products. We add an order condition? Not exactly. So it would seem that it's a little more difficult to get the milk animal to work properly. But that's okay. We'll set another one to shear an animal. We'll just do them for now. And if we get some message spam saying there's no animals to shear, there's no animals to milk, we'll stop it if it gets too annoying, but hopefully we'll get some delicious pig milk. And while we're at it, we can create an order to make cheese too from our cheesy piggy cheese. So 0, and this one, the condition should actually work because we can say if there's milk, then make cheese. So we'll say R add order from materials available of unrotten milk is at least 0. Ready to check. This is set. So they should not try to make cheese unless there's milk, which should hopefully prevent them from saying that they need cheese or they need milk to make cheese, etc. Have they started on the anvil yet? No. That's okay. We'll let them make the battle axe, which is currently being made. There, our first battle axe has been built. That's going to allow us to start harvesting trees again, now that we have an axe again. What else should we do? There's still unoccupied migrants. We have some miners. The new miners are going to be allowed to stay miners. That would be Meng, Bunkubuk, and also Dodok Keath. Oh no, Dodok Keath or Kikathsuntir is a leather worker. They don't really have a task at the moment because they're not going to be needed for leather working, except that we already assigned them as our weaponsmith. So that one is covered. Meng is covered. We're looking at the list of migrants now. Eshtan Rigothner. What are you doing, Eshtan? They think they're a leather worker, but they're not going to be a leather worker. Let's have a look at Eshtan. First of all, we'll unassign them from leather working. Next, we'll check out who they are. Eshtan is a woman. She is married to Osnan Menisships. She is very rarely sick. She's 13, which is an adult for a dwarf. She was an adult at age 12. She doesn't think one way or the other about leisure time, but she wants to master a skill. What about her appearance? She has extremely long hair, a tall head, tan skin, slightly wrinkled, even though she's only 13, and emerald green eyes. Otherwise, she's unremarkable, which means she's average. Average height, average length, earlobes, all that type of stuff. So Eshtan is now unoccupied, which is sort of okay. We don't really need well, she'll be occupied soon enough. We'll find something for her to do. We've also got an unoccupied peasant named Bemble. What are they going to do? Right now they're just carrying around some stuff in stockpiles, which is fine. But these dwarves basically need to be assigned to something or other. And there's also Zuglar and Bemble. We're just going to look over the dwarf therapist for the moment and see. Yeah, Zuglar's assigned to nothing. Bemble is assigned to nothing. What should they be? They could be the start of our military. If we have a backpack, we can start a military. So we're going to place a container right in this corner. And actually, we're going to make it a bit smaller of an area. So first we're going to place a door with D. Dwarven door. Then we're going to place a container. This container will be the origin point for our barracks. So as soon as someone places that there, we can then have an actual barracks where they can start training for combat. And over time, those will become our combat teachers, hopefully. Meanwhile, we're going to create some orders to actually make some beds because we have new dwarves who need their beds. We think it's about 7 dwarves, and there's also going to be some doors. Wooden doors, simple wooden doors. 7 more. So those have been ordered, and they will be made. Let us see if the bedrooms are carved. Indeed, they are. So we shall place a door there. That's all we have. No beds yet. We should actually make a bed as a dormitory. We don't have any extra beds at the moment, just for those dwarves who don't yet have a bedroom. Or they can sleep on the floor for a while. They might not like that, but that's okay. They can tough it out, rough it out for a little while. Did the butcher shop get made? It's still inactive, but not suspended. This is also inactive. That's because we haven't assigned people to these tasks. So we were just saying we had some dwarves who don't have tasks. They can be assigned to these tasks, actually. Eshten Regothner. That's going to be... Oh, the tanner we do already have. The butcher is our pig master. Just looking at the dwarf therapist. We don't have a tanner yet. We apparently also don't have a butcher. So the pig master was Urvad. Urvad will be happy to be both the butcher and the tanner, because those are pretty easy tasks. She's assigned to milking, gelding, apparently wood cutting. But wood cutting is a pretty rare task. It doesn't come up very often, at least at this point. So Urvad can also take on the tasks of butchery and tanning. And through the dwarf therapist magic, those tasks have been assigned. Our pig master is now also the butcher and the tanner. So those tasks are good. But what we don't have yet is a soap maker or potash lye making, or for that matter, a cook. So let's get them going. Who is this unassigned? Eshten Regothner can be our soap and asher for now. Eshten Regothner, you will be assigned to make soap. This goes through farming and related, and you will also be assigned to make lye. So this person is essentially our soap master, and while we're at it, we'll name them that. Customize profession name, soap master. The wood burners can burn ash, and then the soap master can make it into lye, and also make the lye into soap along with some fat from our piggies. Butcher shop has been suspended yet again. This is strange. It must be that there's an item blocking the site. Well, what we could do would be to dig out a little space around it, because we're going to want some space for that lye, that ash, the fat. So we can just make a little space for the lye, ash, and fat, and then hope that that space will let them actually make the butcher shop by moving whatever they need to move out of the way to make room for it. So Zuglar's our trapper. Just reviewing it again, telling Dwarf Therapist to check the current status. So we have our butcher tanner. We should have our soap maker. Oh yes, we have our soap master, in fact. We're covered for that. We just need something. This game can be difficult at times, confusing even. But the dwarves don't care. They charge on. And we shall make this a barracks. Enter. Currently we don't have a military, so we'll just leave that inactive for the time being. And we need to get something else going. Of course, the cook. Some dwarf can be our cook. And that will be, who's still unoccupied? Bemble? Bemble's doing nothing. It's going to be Bemble, our other peasant. So Bemble shall be assigned, to be a cook, which is right here. And we'll let them carry on with their tasks now. Let's just check out what some dwarves are doing. The miners are not mining, they're storing things. What are they storing? It looks like Ustooth Onulireed is grabbing some wood. They're probably bringing it to the wood stockpile. Obviously to the wood stockpile, but probably to the one for burning wood for coal. That one runs down pretty quickly. We have lots of dwarves helping out with that, bringing wood down to the coal pile. This Ustooth doesn't seem to be very busy. They're just carrying stuff to stockpiles. Sometimes you need that. They're assigned to mine. The reason they're not mining is probably because the prospecting mining is all set to priority level 5. So these dwarves think, we don't need to mine. It's priority 5. Now we're going to make a little metalsmith's forge. But we don't have an anvil yet, in fact, so evidently the anvil has not been built yet. It is assigned. And we do have a blacksmith, we think. Oh, they don't have 3 iron bars. Aha. So we really need someone to forge some more iron bars. This is a task that should be in process. Perhaps what we should do is stop everything except for iron at one of these places. Or we can just let nature take its course. And we're just going to let them mine a bit. And then we're going to look at this and see how many furnace operators do we have. What say you, dwarf therapist? We have 2 furnace operators, Moldath and Dodak Evostatan, who's also our armorer. Oh no, they're not our armorer. They are an inactive armor, so we're all good there. We've got 2 smelters for 2 smelters. That is 2 dwarfs on smelting duty for 2 actual smelters. It may be best if we had 3 smelters, but that'll be fine for now. We'll just let them carry on. We'll watch these dwarves scurry around outside. Oh, bringing plants in. Gathering plants. That's for our food supply. Speaking of which, we should be able to assign some more food planting plots. Do we have more than 5 different types of plant? In fact, we don't yet, so that's fine. We'll leave that for now. We'll just let them go along, do their little tasks. This one looks like they're carrying some stone, or perhaps ore, to the ore stockpile. This one's going down to grab some ore. That would be smelting tetrahedrite. That's good. So it's going to keep saying forge iron anvil canceled until we actually get 3 iron bars. That's a good thing, because it'll just happen as soon as it can happen. Probably. We should make sure that it's an order and not the other thing. It is an order, yeah, so it'll happen and it'll be all good. And then we can make our second metalsmith's forge. And we're just going to check that we can't already do that by pressing F. No, we don't have an anvil yet. Okay, we'll let our dwarves take some time and make an anvil. Just give them a little break. Let them just do what they're doing without us bossing them around for a minute. Cooking and cleaning and doing all the things. Okay. Actually, nobody's been assigned to cook yet. The kitchen has been built, though. So we're just going to assign them to prepare lavish meals non-stop. And we're going to tell them to... Now, the thing is, we want them to make our lavish meals, but we don't want them to use seeds. So how do we do that? We're going to have to tell it to take from the right stockpiles. So we go to our kitchen and we say, take from the right stockpile. Actually, we have to do that on the stockpile itself. So we go to the food stockpile and we say, give to a pile/workshop, G. And then we look at the kitchen and press enter. And then we also do the same thing for our food stockpile downstairs. So we say G, give to a stockpile or a place, and we say enter. And now they're both giving to that kitchen. And because something's giving to that kitchen now, it will not take from anywhere else. So it won't take from the seed stockpile. This is the sort of thing that the dwarves need to do to keep themselves straight. Otherwise, they'll cook all their seeds and then they'll have nothing left to plant. We have 2 beds built, so we'll just create those 2 bedrooms for now. But there's going to be more bedrooms coming soon. As soon as our carpenters finish building a bunch of beds. They're also building a lot of other stuff, but that's okay. Speaking of which, how many carpenters do we have? We have 2. Erdem Fakodkashan is a new carpenter, but they're also our brewer. So we may want to assign another dwarf to be the carpenter. Somebody who's not very busy. The soaper lye maker could perhaps be a carpenter as well, given that we don't have any soaping or lye making yet to do. So that's been done. Eshtan Regothnair is now a carpenter, in addition to being a soaper and lye maker. So that should help us get some beds cranked out a little sooner. Let's just watch Eshtan. What are they up to? Our soap master, yeah, part-time carpenter. She felt fondness talking with an acquaintance. She feels sad at being separated from a loved one. Unfortunate. But this is the way. We come to the Dwarven fortress. We give up our loved ones. What is she doing? Storing an item in a bin? That ain't right. Because that item is full of bars, and that shouldn't be going to anywhere. Let's see where she takes it so we can find the culprit. Because she really shouldn't be taking it anywhere but to the place over at the far right, which is where we keep our bars and such. So this is a bar/block bin in an everything stockpile. But we could have sworn bars and blocks were deactivated. Indeed they are. So she shouldn't be bringing bars and blocks here. Unless there's another stockpile right here. How very strange. Let's tell this one to give to this one so that any bars that are there can be given over to this other one. That'll help. And we should expand this bar storage area because clearly it's not big enough. We're going to dig. We're going to dig at priority level 3. We're going to use our handy macro to instantly dig a storage room, like so. And then we'll just connect it up. And that, once it's dug out, that'll be added to our block storage area. Look at them go. The pigs have had 1 baby so far. We're hoping to have more. They finished building the bins, but we should probably just build like another 100 bins. And we may need another 100 barrels too. So we'll just assign some more wooden bins and barrels. Because who doesn't like that? We'll just do 30 at a time. It seems a little short-sighted perhaps, but we don't want to be flooded with bins and barrels. Wooden bin, barrel, and maybe that was it. We've got bin, we've got barrel. Oh yes, bucket. We don't need so many buckets. 20 buckets is overkill. But we have them now, so that's fine. We'll just let them be. It would be really cool to see the dwarves actually prospecting more. And it seems that they are, in fact, because we've just struck rock crystal. Oh, that was here. Okay. So rock crystal is special because it lets you make crystal glass. You need the dwarves to mine it out without breaking it, which it seems they're having some trouble doing. But that's okay. We don't really need crystal glass. It's just a fun thing you can do. It takes... clear glass takes pearl ash. Crystal glass thinks... Oh, hello, fellow dwarf. This humble dwarf has no idea how long that message has been sitting in the stream chat, but indeed we have a viewer. Uryaba, welcome, if you're still here, and thanks for showing up. Beds have been completed. This is great news. So the bed shall be placed, and another bed, and all the beds, so the dwarfies can be happy and have a place to sleep, to lay their little heads. Because they're probably getting pretty upset at not having a bed by now. In the future, we're going to expand these bedrooms with extra space, extra room for them to sleep, and that'll give them a little more sense of belonging in the world, sense of respect and dignity. But for now, it's all about dealing with the basics. Everybody's busy. We got charcoal going, we got digging, sleeping. Someone's even constructing a building. That's exciting. Oh, right, the beds. That's not as exciting, but it's still important. And would you look at that? Someone has followed. Their name is Retired Navy Vet. Thank you, Retired Navy Vet, for the follow. Much appreciated. Hopefully we can brighten your day with some Dwarven work ethic and enthusiasm. Now let's check on our trapper. Who was it, you ask? Well, this humble dwarf is wondering the very same thing. We're going to check our handy-dandy dwarf therapist, and the trapper's name is Zuglar Bungekber. Bungekber. They are busy drinking. Have they done anything trap-wise? Probably not. But what we can do is go to the butcher shop and say, capture a live land animal. Because we don't have cats, so they're going to take the place of the kitties and capture all the vermin who are gnawing away at our stockpiles. You can just imagine them, the two-legged rhino lizards and whatever other vermin exist in this crazy world, gnawing away. Hopefully not for long. They'll be trapped and caged, and then we can butcher them or something like that. This here is our expanded bar stockpile. So this is going to be metal, it's be named metal bars. And the way to do this is go into settings, bars blocks, and we disallow everything and then allow metal bars, permit with a P. That'll make it an extended metal stockpile, so we can have lots and lots of room for all this lovely metal that we've created. It would appear that we still haven't forged that iron anvil. We keep getting messages about not having 3 bars. Actually, one hasn't come up in quite a while. Hopefully that means somebody will soon go and forge an anvil, and then we can expand our metal production further. Look at him go. He's going to smelt something. Well, someone's going into the metal stockpile, but they're carrying metal in. We want them to carry metal out. We will allow a wheelbarrow here, because this is heavy stuff, literally. And, oh, a live hamster has gnawed its way out of confinement. What a shame. Did he just catch it outside? We don't need you to be catching vermin outside. What a joke. And they're sleeping out in the field now. Ooh, this is interesting. Hey, their name is Lizard Earthen. That's appropriate, because they're the lizard catcher, and their name's Lizard Earthen. Well, that's something that we're just going to let happen, but what we should probably do is make a couple of metal traps, because traps that are not made of metal are clearly too easy for the hamsters to escape. So instead we're going to go for copper animal traps, and we'll make 3 of those, and then the animals can just continually gnaw their way out of our wooden traps, but eventually that might stop if we're lucky. It probably won't. They're just going to keep gnawing out forever, but that's okay. We'll just use the metal traps when we can, and eventually they'll have hamsters and metal traps. Winter has arrived, by the way. It's getting chilly out there. We still don't have 3 iron bars. That's kind of hard to believe. Let's check our stocks. What kind of bars have we got going here? Gold bars, lots, silver, copper, zinc, nickel, iron, and lead, and charcoal. No iron. Why? Perhaps what we did was we made just a whole bunch of anvils by accident. Let's check our stocks and see how many anvils we have. None. 1. Weird. Because we had a bunch of tetrahedrite. We smelted it into iron, but now we don't have any iron. Weird. Smelt tetrahedrite ore is the task du jour. There's some funny things going on with our stockpiles. The dwarves refuse to explain it. There's no bar/block bins there. Anyway, we're not going to worry too much about it. What we'll do now is just tell them to stop smelting everything except for iron. And hopefully this will give us adequate iron to make our second anvil. With our second anvil, we'll make our second smelter. And with our second second metalsmith's forge, With our second metalsmith's forge, we can then begin doing all kinds of fun things. This dwarf just stored something. They look like they were carrying an animal trap. That's why we're paying attention to them. Oh ho! Live two-legged rhino lizard has gnawed its way out of confinement. Yeah, that was a mistake, putting them in wooden traps. Oh boy, that's going to be a routine, mild annoyance. What is this? Did they kill a vermin? Perhaps it died on its own. The remains of a two-legged rhino lizard. Because we don't have cats chasing them, so it's unclear why a rhino lizard would have met its end. Another one is not its way out. Oh boy, okay, there's a way you can set which of these announcements actually draw your attention to them. Because this rhino lizard has not its way out thing is ridiculous. It just happened 2 more times. That's okay. We'll just put up with it for now and hopefully it'll sort itself out, right? Yeah. Will they ever make the anvil? Well, that'll be the ultimate quest of today's journey. Yeah, the rhino lizards keep gnawing their way out. That's fine. Can we butcher them? Probably not. It'll just say, whoops, we don't want to capture more, we want to butcher them. It'll probably just say that there's nothing to butcher, which is fine. Rhino lizard is not its way out. This is getting ridiculous. Is there some way we can destroy the wooden traps and never use them again? Because the next time that any traders come, we'll trade them all our wooden traps. Then we won't have to worry about them being used anymore, and we can just use metal traps. That'll be more pleasant. We've struck cobaltite. Let's just check that out for a little break from all this rhino lizard nonsense. What is cobaltite anyway? We've got a whole bunch of it. Unlaced thick vein. In fact, that makes it seem like we should probably be prospecting a little wider, say. A little wider gaps in between the roots. So we'll toss in a couple more. A little more scattered. A little longer. A little less narrowly networked. And there you have it. The prospectors have work to do. Should we give them a bottom floor? Let's go down 1 more floor for these buddies, because they're getting bored. So we'll do that. We'll give them a downstair, go down here, give them an upstair, give them some little entranceway down to there, and then like this. And then we'll say, go forth and find us ye minerals. And we'll do a very stylish thing and delete this spot right there. And then where else should we do it? We're doing a little more sparse this time. Kind of to not cut through the veins so that we can just auto mine the veins once our miners become very skilled at mining. Speaking of which, how skilled are they at mining? Ingish Letmosnikot is one of our best miners, one of our original dwarves. So let's check her. I think it's a her. Yeah, let's check her mining skill. She's an expert. Maybe that's good enough now to start actually mining ore. Maybe it's not. Let's just let them practice a bit longer. But maybe by, say, next summer, we'll start actually mining out the ore, specifically with the purpose of going for ore. Instead of right now, they're just practicing. They're basically mining, prospecting, finding all the ores that are lurking underground, and we're going to turn those ores into, well, into metal bars and practice armor and then real armor. I'm just looking at our animal list for fun. We do have 1 nest box. We should perhaps make another nest box because we have so many egg-laying critters. Whoops. We have so many egg-laying critters that they could use multiple nest boxes. So we're going to go rock in the Craftsdwarf's workshop. We're going to go nest box. And we'll just do 3 of those, 3 more in addition to the 1. In case you don't know what a nest box looks like, there's one right there under this yellow X. So right now it looks like a flashing red G, but as you can see, there's a C flashing there and a white thing. That white thing is actually an egg that's been laid. Oh, a live hamster is not its way out of confinement. That's okay. Our trapper just became a trapper, which is cool for them. It means they're getting good at running down small mammals and putting them into traps. Actually, These beds have been created, but they haven't been assigned as bedrooms yet, so we better make them bedrooms so that dwarves can come and sleep in them. Then they'll really stop sleeping on the floor, because boy, have they been sleeping on the floor for a while. It's natural for a dwarf to sleep on the floor. That's what we'll tell them, so they don't get too jealous of the dwarves who actually have beds. Live rat! Whew, we are overrunning with vermin. Who knew? They just keep gnawing and gnawing their way out. Nobody's working at the metalsmith's forge right now. That's okay. We've created a masterpiece bin. For some reason, it's very remarkable every time we create a masterpiece. Wow, what a fantastic bucket. What a marvelous bin. Yeah, not really, but that's okay. We're going to check out what other animals there are. Right now, there's a wombat, peregrine falcon, and a tearcell peregrine. Has anybody ever heard of a tearcell peregrine? What is it even? What is the difference? Let's see, it's a small bird of prey capable of great speed. They dive on unsuspecting vermin. Well, they could help us out. We could use some of those in our fortress. Dive on those rats and two-legged rhino lizards. And this one is also a small bird of prey that is capable of great speed that dives on unsuspecting vermin. So is there any difference? No, they're literally the same. Same description. Except this one's got brown feathers, black eyes. This one's got brown feathers, black eyes. Okay. So for what it's worth, one of them is a tearcell and the other one's just a peregrine, but they're virtually the same animal. And we're just like scoping around our territory for no real reason. We've struck olivine. Olivine is green? It might be a metal or something. We're just going to have a look over on the knowledge of our ancestors. Olivine is a mineral. It's magma safe. Is it a metal? It appears to be a stone. It just says minerals on the Trove of Ultimate Knowledge, aka the wiki. We have struck native platinum though. That's somewhat exciting. We'll leave that for once our dwarves become better miners. In fact, let's just de-designate this area so that they won't dig through the native platinum just yet. They can dig that later. So it still says they need 3 iron bars. They're running out of tetrahedrite to smelt. Jeez, by good goodness. By Nagalak's glistening scales, where is our tetrahedrite? Where is our iron? We have everything but iron. Okay, well, what we're going to do is find our bountiful veins of tetrahedrite buried deep in the earth, and we're going to mine them. So this is the first time when we're designating our dwarves to actually do some proper mining. If you look at the bottom right of the screen, you'll see that this is switching around and it's become auto mining ore / gems. So we're now going to tell the dwarves to start mining all these spots of tetrahedrite. And this little spot that we've designated will expand out to cover the entire tetrahedrite vein. And that'll give us loads of tetrahedrite. And one of them's already started on it. There they go, mining the tetrahedrite. Now we might want to have them stop when they get to this edge because we don't necessarily want them to actually mine into our staircase. So we're going to set designating all, and we're going to just designate here. So they mine there, and they don't mine this, and we'll keep an eye on that. So this way they won't mine out our stairs, basically, and then create an unsafe entrance. That looks good. So somebody's running to collect tetrahedrite. We are going to tell the smelters to smelt the tetrahedrite, which is our favorite iron ore. And repeat that task at both smelters. Yep. And there you go. Soon, very soon, we'll have tetrahedrite coming out of our orifices. And we'll be able to make our second anvil, which has vexed the dwarves to no end, it would seem. Lead bars, bar block bin. Yeah, we have lots of other materials. We've got enough to make these copper helms. We've forged in copper animal traps. Hamsters are gnawing as they do. And they're just they're working away. Let's check out what they're all doing. We've got a couple diggers digging, 3 of them to be precise. We've got charcoal makers making charcoal. We've got somebody smelting. We've got our faithful trapper catching animals and then letting them dig their way out. Let's actually tell the trapper to stop trapping just for the time being. That'll give them a chance to make some metal traps. And then we can have metal traps with hamsters and such in them, and then we can butcher those hamsters, which will allow us to reuse the metal traps. At least that is the hope. How much charcoal do we have? Fun question. Go to the bars. Charcoal. We have 50 charcoal. That's a respectable amount. We're getting close to being able to make steel. We just need the iron, really. Luckily, we're mining iron now. We've got loads of iron. If we look down here in our second floor, you can see where the 3 faithful dwarves here are mining out a rich vein of tetrahedrite. And that's going to give us lots of iron. All these little beautiful stars are representative of iron ore. Let's view it. What does it have to say about iron ore? This is tetrahedrite. Oh, really? Okay. Well, the wiki has a little more information about tetrahedrite. So let's go over that. Tetrahedrite is an incredibly common ore of both copper and silver. Oh boy, that's why we don't have iron. Because this humble dwarf didn't know what Nagalak's flippers had in mind for them and was trying to get iron from tetrahedrite, which isn't even an iron ore. That's enlightening. Okay, that explains a lot. We have so much copper and silver. Okay, we're gonna just quickly look up iron ore, and you might be excited about that message at the bottom of the screen. If you are familiar with Dwarf Fortress, you'll know that that means something somewhat significant. It means that we're going to get either an artifact or a dead dwarf, one of those two, a mad dwarf to be specific. Iron comes from 3 ores, hematite, magnetite, and limonite. First, let's deal with Dodok Kikath Zuntir and their request. Considering that it says they're a leather worker, they're probably going to want to make something out of leather. It says they've been possessed by unknown forces and are in a strange mood. That would be this purple flashing exclamation point just in the middle of the screen. So let's check out Kikath for now. This is our first mooded dwarf, our first artifact maker, you might say. She's 17, young but quite mature and ready to work. What's her deal? She was happy near a fine furnace. That's good. She has poor focus. She's strong. She has extremely long hair. So our first 7 female dwarves, or the female dwarves of our first 7, were all short-haired, or in fact they had shaved off their hair. This one has long hair and a deeply recessed chin. Her eyes are somewhat splayed out. They put that in an unattractive sounding term, but in real life, splayed out eyes means they're far apart, which would be good looking. So Dodok Kikathzuntir, the leather worker. Let's follow her and see if she has any clue what she's doing. She is moving, which is a good sign. She's probably going to claim the leather shop. Oh, she went to the meeting hall. Okay, we don't have a leather shop. So we are going to go into emergency overdrive and tell our dwarves, priority 1, dig a leather worker's shop, because we don't have one yet. Now where can we fit one in that would look nice with our design? Oh, we'll just fit it in. Let's see. There's the Mason, Craftsdwarf. They can be up by the Craftsdwarf shop. They're sort of similar. So it'll be priority 1 right there. Get on it, miners. And you can see 2 of them are working, these 2 flashing squares. It's likely that more of those squares will start to flash. There's a 3rd one. Here comes the troop of miners. They're dedicated. It will take seconds before this is out. Okay, now we can build a workshop, a leatherworks. We must ensure we have a leather worker to make the leatherworks who is not insane or in a strange mood, because the strange mood dwarf won't make her own leatherworks. So we'll just have a look at our dwarf therapist and see if there's a leather worker. We have a couple unassigned. Seagun, Gidtharimtar. That's our best hope right now. Seagun Gidtharimtar, what are you doing? Where are you in this list? There. Digging. Okay, so Seagun is going to be unassigned from digging. They've had their time digging. And just because this is such a crucial task for now, we're going to set Seagun not to be a hauler either. And then we're going to follow Seagun and hope. Yes, they're going to construct the building. That's what we were hoping for. We did buy some leather from the dwarves that came by, so we have leather. That's essential for us to be able to have this mood dwarf almost certainly create something out of leather. She'll probably create something like a leather mitten, amazing leather mitten. But let's watch. So first the leatherworker's shop is going to be built, and the moment it's done, oh, here comes Seagun, or not Seagun, here comes Dodok. She's running over in her strange mood to clean the shop. And she's sitting still, which is, oh, it's good. She's not sitting still. Sitting still would be a bad sign. But she is instead running out to the trade depot to grab some leather. Let's just check what she's grabbed. Oh, we'll let her gather all her materials first. Did she just get one item? Wow. It seems like she just grabbed one item and started building. So the way we can see what she's using is we go to the V Inspect Units menu, go to her, go to G for General, and then we can press Enter to view her task. And she is making an artifact with a single ingredient. It's going to be made of giant peach-faced lovebird leather. The leather made from the tanned hide of a giant peach-faced lovebird. That's a very specific species of bird, isn't it? Anyway, we'll let her do that, and it shouldn't take too long. So we can just kind of let everybody else work away while she creates her artifact, because this is, while the artifact itself is unlikely to be exciting, just the mere fact of having someone make an artifact is exciting. But there is something worth dealing with right now, and that is our dearth of logs. We need loggy logs. So we're going to assign someone to chop trees with priority level 2, saying, this is important. Please chop the trees. And we feel like going up on the mountain above our fortress for this. So that's where we're going to start by chopping. Why is there water up here? Strange, must be some stagnant pools. So there's some treetops up there, down there. We'll just chop these treetops up here. There's some strange red color in these trees. What could that be? Just a pecan tree, pecan leaves, oak leaves. Huh. They must be red from fall. So we'll just chop down, say, this section of trees right outside our fort. We'll do the ones a little ways out so they don't accidentally land on our farm animals, or so that we can have some nice trees for our dwarves to look at when they go outside. Because as much as dwarves don't like trees, sometimes they can be pretty too. There's that lizard, this mischievous little lizard. Is somebody cutting trees? Yep. Edam Nokimlurit, the carpenter, is felling a tree. Multiple trees. So this means our charcoal makers are going to have something to burn again. Dwarves like having stuff to burn. It's just part of our nature. Oh, this one's suspended. Let's get that going. Is the leather done? Not yet. It'll tell us when it's done. Once the artifact is finished being built. Ah! Dodok Kakathzuntir, the leatherworker, has created Ulterinal, a giant peach-faced lovebird leather left mitten. Oh, we called it. We said it was probably going to be a mitten. We may have said a right mitten, but it's a left mitten. And she offers it to the Raiser of Crowns. That's our civilization. Let's check that out. Common lulled. Yeah, common is right. It's a common little mitten. But it is of the highest quality, being an artifact. On the item is an image of some random dwarf and some other dwarves. Kivish, the dwarf, is surrounded by the dwarves. Relates to this time when Kivish was appointed as a diplomat of the Sack of Smokes back in the year 84. So a good couple of years ago. Right now it's the year 125. So it's like she created a leather mitten to commemorate the time when one of our dwarves was appointed to a diplomat. I suppose it shows a keen eye for history. It almost merits a nickname. Almost. There will be other artifacts. There will be more glamorous ones than that, to be sure. But you know what? In celebration, since we now have a leather place, let's make some leather stuff. What do we want to make? We should make a couple quivers. We're going to need them pretty soon. And we can actually make some clothes too. But we'll start by just making 10 quivers. We're not exactly rolling in leather yet. Although we will be once our pigs reproduce a little more and we start harvesting their skin. This one's suspended for an unknown reason. Kitchen is up. Ashery is good. So, okay, so we should start actually getting something going at that kitchen. We were going to do that earlier. So we can have some prepared meals. Let's do a couple of prepare lavish meal. Forever. Perpetual order. That'll keep our cook busy. And we got to deal with that concerning issue. Embarrassment of thinking tetrahedrite was iron ore. Where's the real iron ore? Tetrahedrite sure ain't it. This looks like gold. Indeed, it is gold. Is this iron? Tetrahedrite. Well, maybe we should make our anvil out of something other than iron. Because we seem to be poor in iron. Garnierite is not iron ore. There's only 3 ores of iron. What are they? This is your pop quiz. They are hematite, magnetite, and limonite. It's unclear if we've ever come across hematite, magnetite, or limonite. We can look at what materials we've struck. Citrine, microcline, pyrope, chromite, cobaltite, pyrope, tetrahedrite. Oh, we used to be so excited about tetrahedrite. Gold, quartz, zircon, olivine, leaven opal. That'll be the summary for this one. In this video, we learned that tetrahedrite is not an ore of iron. Orthoclase, cobaltite. Okay, no, we have not struck iron. So let us check what are the iron, or the, we'll call them anvil-safe materials because they need to be made of a magma-safe metal. So we're just going to have a look at the thing. Anvils may normally be made of iron, steel, or adamantine. So we don't have steel because we don't have iron. We don't have iron, and we don't have adamantine. And if we're lucky, we will never have adamantine. Well, if we're really lucky, we might get some. But adamantine is... dwarves have a complex relationship with adamantine, we'll say. It seems that there's nothing to do but continue prospecting for more iron and trade for an anvil when the dwarves come. So here we were when the dwarves last came, thinking, oh, we don't need to buy anvils. There'll be plenty of iron. We'll forge our anvils ourselves. It was not to be the case. That's galena. We can just kind of comb the surface and see if there's any iron ore sticking out. It's phallarite. Combing the exposed surface material. This is green, so that can't be it. Malachite. What is malachite? It's definitely not one of the 3 iron ores, and it's apparently very hard for some people to type in when they try to search the wiki. Malachite's a copper ore. Yeah, in case you ever wanted to know what malachite's an ore of. It's copper. But we're looking for hematite, magnetite, or limonite. It's more tetrahedrite. What other ores do we have? There's some red dirt, some white, probably fluxstone, which fluxstone is cool, but it's worthless unless you have... Wow, there's gold just sticking out there. Tempting. But what is gold really worth, eh? It's soft, doesn't stop an arrow. It's worth a little more than your average metal, but not like way more. Just a bit. So it doesn't appear to be really worth going for the gold in the land of the dwarves. Dwarves don't care about gold. They care about tetrahedrite. No, they care about anything but tetrahedrite. Hematite, limonite, and magnetite. Perhaps this territory is cursed. Malachite. That's not it. Dang. It sounds kind of like magnetite, but it's not magnetite. Okay, if we haven't found it up this high, we're probably not going to find it in this like high level mountain area at all. Perhaps deep underground. We'll find some of these, some magnetite. But no, it seems we are poor in these materials. Hematite is red, magnetite is a gray tilde, and limonite is a yellow pound sign. So it doesn't look like your average ore. Let's have a quick check. Nope, okay. There's no iron ore there to be found. 3 copper animal traps have been forged. Let's tell our person to now start capturing live land animals again. And repeat that task. And we'll see how that goes. Have they actually gotten any milk? They keep canceling a milking task. Over and over, canceling the milking. But have they ever milked? It would be under liquids, probably. Something like liquids. There's liquid. We have milk. We have pig milk and yak milk. Cool. Do we have cheese? Is it under food or cheese? It's under cheese. We do have cheese. Wow, pig cheese and yak cheese. Fantastic. So the message spam of cheese is paying off. Something happened there. Weird. It was from that tree being felled. It was like there was a bunch of smoke as if there'd been a cave-in. Probably what happened was the roots of the tree caved into that little pond. Black pyrope. That sounds like a gem we've just struck. We don't really care about gems. Gems are kind of cool, but they don't really do much. Yeah, we'll stop trying to forge an iron anvil because that's just embarrassing. For now. Eventually we will forge an iron anvil. And we are just loaded with copper helms. How many copper helms do we have? Just out of curiosity. So that would be under headwear, which is down here. 12 copper helms. Magnificent. Maybe they should start forging other armor. Let's check how good they are at forging armor now. Kosoth, Gusel Muscat are well-trained, what are they actually? Competent armorsmith. Interesting. Basically, we're going to trade that copper away to the elves when they come. Because elves like metal. They don't like wood, or they like wood, but they like it a little too much. They get mad at us if we actually chop the wood. Oh, we gotta actually stop the order for the anvil if we want it to stop giving us those messages. So we'll remove that order. And then we'll just let them dig in a hole. Dig in a hole into the ground. Yep, we have a donkey. Okay, this is exciting because now that this donkey has grown to full size, we can do something very special with it, which donkey lovers will not appreciate, but donkey meat lovers will be very happy. We're just checking over on the far right side of the screen for like animals or whatever. Oh yes, it's in stocks. So we go to animals, find our tame donkey, and we say, you've had a good life. It's time to ready for slaughter. And let's follow the donkey. So we'll go to you, go to pets/livestock. This one's a livestock. It's not a pet. We don't butcher our pets. We sure do butcher our livestock. Okay, so go to the unit, follow. It's funny because even people who are vegetarians in real life can enjoy butchering animals in Dwarf Fortress. They're not real. Had me worried for a moment, says retired Navy vet. Something special with the donkey. Yeah, well, I guess there's different definitions of special. Hopefully the dwarves are providing enough companionship for one another that they wouldn't get so desperate in that way. But, you know, maybe we'll have some fun with its intestines or something. By making them into prepared meals, of course. That's very fun. Donkey is destroyed. Let's check out what kind of items it gave us. 4 hooves, 9 fat. Fat. That has us rubbing our little dwarven hands together. Because fat is a magical substance that enables us to make soap. We just love making soap. So we're going to make a food stockpile, and it's going to be here. It's going to be called animal fat, which is going to be carefully set to contain only fat, all kinds of fat, toad fat, giant toad fat, worm man tallow, whatever. And then, so the fat will get carried over there, and then we'll have our cook render the fat, and we're actually going to do that as a general task. So we'll say render fat perpetually, and we'll add a condition to only render the fat when there is fat available to be rendered. So conditions are on a button somewhere, C for conditions, R to add conditions based on the mats. And there we go. So now whenever there's fat to render, they can render the fat. And meanwhile, we need our buddies over here to create some ash and some lye. So we'll just dig a little more space here for the ash and the lye, and it can go in there. Retired Navy vet says they had to take tallow, lye, and fat out of all stockpiles before they can make any soap. Yeah, there's a one of the less fun things about Dwarf Fortress is that when fat is in a barrel, I think that's what happens. It doesn't get used. At least that happens with lye. If your lye gets dumped into a barrel, then dwarves refuse to use it. That's why you'll see us making a special lye stockpile right now. And I think that's what happens with fat too. If it's in the same stockpile with food, then they just won't use it, or they'll treat it as for cooking or something like that. So we make a special stockpile, and actually that reminds me, perhaps it shouldn't be allowed to have any barrels, just to be on the safe side. So we'll say no barrels for the fat stockpile, and we'll create a stockpile for lye, which will be food, and set the settings, and we'll call it the lye stockpile. I'll lye in buckets, because that's really what it is. It's lye that's not allowed to go in barrels, because for some reason, as soon as it's in a barrel, they just forget how to take it out of a barrel, and that can be infuriating. And we're going to quickly put a little spot here for bars blocks, which we learned in our first stream can actually be set to only allow one type of thing. So ash bars, which will be in bars blocks, and then just allow everything, other materials. So we can actually go over here to ash, just press enter, and now it's going to be only ash in this pile. We can finally have a separate ash pile from our soap pile. We don't have to store ash and soap in the same pile. It's great. We've got a masterpiece of hidden leather quiver. That's cool. We should actually have a master leather worker, Dodok. Is Dodok even assigned to do leatherworking? Probably not anymore, but Dodok is going to be a master level leatherworker after her great experience of making that. Oh, she's only adequate. Making that midden. See, normally when a dwarf creates an artifact, it brings their skill level up to legendary in that particular trade. So it's a little mysterious on why this person's only adequate, but that's okay. We can just unassign them from leatherworking after all. Maybe that's why it didn't count, because they weren't assigned to leatherworking, so maybe it didn't make them legendary because of that. It would be weird. Anyways, we're gonna create some bone crafts because we now have some bones to use up. So bone, and also, is horn separate? It appears that it is. Is there a horn crafts? Yes. So we're just gonna do all of these horn crafts, bone crafts. There's a few things we have to do with bone, horn, etc. And this is the first one. Horn, bone, and tooth. We can make tooth crafts, yep. So we got horn, bone, and tooth crafts to be made, and we're going to set a condition so that they only happen when there's something to make them out of. So C for condition, R for what it requires. So that's part one. The other important thing with our crafting is we need to make a storage pile. As you can see, our refuse pile up here does not contain skulls, bones, teeth, shells, horns, hooves, etc. So we have to make a pile that does contain those things, and it will be inside. So we'll just make it over here. And normally refuse piles they're kind of unique because anything in a refuse pile will rot. So while these items are valuable, we have to store them in a refuse pile, so we don't store anything else in the same pile. Never combine refuse with our other piles, that is. So we're going to say this will be our crafting body parts pile. Crafting body parts. And that's going to be not all types of refuse, but just the ones you can craft with. Here wool applies too. And if we had been forward thinking enough to have cats in this fortress, we would set a cat to patrol that spot, technically to be pastured on that spot. So then the cat would like check out for any two-legged rhino lizards or hamsters or any of that junk. Speaking of which, do we have anything in a cage? How do we even check if we have anything in a cage? We have 0 cages, but it's not really cages we're talking about here. It's animal traps. So we have all these animal traps. Copper, 3 of them. But what's happening with those animals? They're set to catch them. But you see, live rat is not its way out of confinement. So we want it to be in a metal cage. It's unclear at the moment if those cages are being used, the metal cages, where they are, or if there's animals in them. It's very unclear. But we're kind of just not worrying about it. We do have this bone kivish, actually, which we're just seeing now. That should go to our meeting hall. Maybe we should make a fun meeting hall. This is like the eating hall, basically. But we might want to make an actual meeting hall. Like we have an eating hall and a meeting hall. That's something that's never really been heard of before in Dwarf Fortress, but it might be a good idea. Just so that we can have a place to like chill, you know? Chill, play our instruments. Because it seems that if we make our actual party zone, our inn/tavern, into a meeting hall or dining room, the dwarves don't want to eat there. That was a problem in the previous fortress. It's unclear if that would happen again. But we'll just make a fun little meeting hall that's got an instrument assigned to it. And speaking of which, we're going to need a container for said instrument to go in. So let's order one. Chest, a wooden chest. Thokdeg chest, that sounds like a fun instrument. So we'll just make 3 chests for now. We don't want too many, let's make 2. And then one of those chests can be assigned to our tavern whenever we make a tavern, and then we can have instruments go in the chest, and then people can chill in the tavern and listen to the live rat distracted me. Listen to the beautiful music of the kivish. Oh, kivish, that's a dwarven name. It's the name of a dwarf. Well, yeah, this one's not a dwarf. It's a stringed instrument with 13 strings, played with a stone pick. It's like a guitar, like an old kind of guitar. It sounds like a fun instrument. For those of us who play music, there are many things in Dwarf Fortress that we would really like to play in real life. Like all the instruments. And there's still a bunch of meat here, which is kind of odd. It's actually dangerous to have meat sitting in your workshop because it can sometimes start to rot and give you very upsetting clouds of miasma. There is a food stockpile here though, so they ought to be bringing the meat down there where it won't rot. Unclear why they aren't doing that. Perhaps the dwarves are overworked. Jeez, they're really smelting the heck out of that tetrahedrite. That's just, that's going to be our bane forever. The tetrahedrite that is not hematite or magnetite, and yet we have lots of it because we thought it was. Live rat, okay, thanks but no thanks for telling me. Have they finished digging down? They should probably keep going. They didn't seem to have found anything. No yellow pound signs, no red metals. So we're gonna keep digging down. What was that? Oh, it was another live rat. That's not its way out. Okay. So down here, we're gonna dig another floor. And we'll set that at priority 5. And we'll just continue our strategy of making a sort of winding passage so that any evil things that come from down here will not have too much of a chance to actually hurt us. We'll dig the downwards way there for now, but we won't actually use it yet. So let's dig a nice straight, some nice straight prospecting paths. Please find me some iron ore. Our dwarves are crying out for iron ore. They would love to find some iron ore. In fact, we will go down farther and go an upstair here. Oops, we overrode our upstair there. That'll work. And then more prospecting paths. Like any proper dwarf. We'll soon know what lies below us, and it should be good. Well, we can only pray we find iron. So far we haven't, but that's okay. We'll make do. If all doesn't go well, we'll just get the dwarves to bring us some iron anvils on their next run. Speaking of which, we might want to make some large serrated discs from the trap components menu, because these are the ultimate trading item for some reason, as we love to mention. Does that say bronze? No, we need copper because we don't have bronze. As we love to mention, traders just love these large discs. They can't get enough of them. So we'll make a couple of those, and then we'll be rich. Rich in our large discs. The magical trade good that everybody wants. It's become a game of unpause whenever our rat gnaws its way out of confinement. Okay, we're going to quickly look up animal traps or vermin or something on the wiki and try to find out what can we do with these things once we put them in traps. Vermin can be problematic, says the Tome of Knowledge. Indeed they can. But what else can happen? Dwarves will eat them if nothing's available. They can be captured and trained as pets. They don't die of old age. Interesting. But it would seem... Can they be killed, is the question. It does mention that they can be killed or captured. Perhaps it just means killed by cats. Let us ask the great oracle of the internet. How to kill vermin. Dwarf Fortress. Is it even possible? They can't attack them. How to kill rats. Perhaps once you've got them in a cage, you can eat them. This person says, I have loads, and I mean loads of rats in a cage, and I want to get rid of them. What is the best, most inhumane way? Release them in a room with lots of cats. Oh, of course. If we had cats. You can tame them, then sell them to the elves. It would appear... magma? Is magma the way to deal with vermin? Can it be this difficult? You've struck even more tetrahedrite. Oh, is that another rat gnawing its way out? These wooden cages are a bane. Lesson learned, never make wooden cages. You will get message spam of rats. Forever. Let's try another strategy. What we can do is train them as pets. So as ridiculous as it is, as much as we hate rats and hamsters and two-legged rhino lizards, we can perhaps dispose of them by training them as pets. And if they're trained as pets, then at least they'll stop gnawing out of confinement. Oh, our leather quivers have been completed. That's good to see. We should actually expand our general stockpile because it's clearly overloaded. So we're going to do that. We're going to dig and just lay out our standard stockpile design. In fact, let's just do another cell. Make it a big old stockpile. Another 2 cells. This will hold our needs for quite some time. We'll connect it all up. This is going to be high priority mining, level 3. That's okay. And then we'll have a big everything stockpile to hold all our furniture and containers and quivers and instruments and clothing, lizards that are gnawing out of confinement. The worst part is they're actually bringing the vermin into our fort. They're capturing them out in the wild and bringing them inside. The smart thing to do would be to set a burrow so that the dwarves don't catch vermin outside. Because, oh my goodness, when we catch these vermin outside, bring them inside, and then release them or let them gnaw their way out, we're essentially inviting vermin to come live in our stockpiles and eat all our food, which is somewhat distressing. It's a good thing we have a lot of food production, otherwise we'd really be worried. So let's build a kennel. Where is kennel? It's a rare building, one that we don't often need. It's under K, as we can see in the listing on the right. There's kennels. And it's a big one. That's why it gets this extra large space. And it's going to be microcline, because microcline is the joke material. And kennels are a joke. They can't even train dogs, you know? You have a kennel, but you'd think that would mean it's for dogs, but it's not. It's like for rats. It's a rat kennel. What a joke. But that's fine. Dwarven humor. Did you hear the one about the rats and the two-legged rhino lizards? It'd be nice if we could actually see our dwarves telling jokes in this mode, in dwarf mode. In adventure mode, you'll see jokes like that popping up. Did you hear the one about the leopard seal men and the lions? And the goblin said, "Are you going to eat that?" Okay, this is going to be called the fun place. That we're feeling uncreative today. We're going to make it a meeting area. Assign location. Great simplicity of holiness. No, that's our church. We're going to create a new location. A inn/tavern. And the barricaded mushroom. Could scarcely do better than that for a name, but we're going to make it a little more obvious what it is by renaming it with N. So this will be, oops, that's the wrong one. Barricaded mushroom, and we'll rename it the barricaded mushroom of ale, of beer. Let's make it of beer. Barricaded mushroom of beers. With the, oh, beer's the barricaded mushroom? That's not what we wanted. Let's clear that quickly, go down to of, barricaded mushroom of beers. Yes, with the incorrect pluralization of beer. Wonderful. Okay, so now that's a location. It's going to have a container built inside of it. Just a humble cherry wood chest. And then we can use that to store a musical instrument. We're pretty sure. It's being placed. Oh no, it's not. That dwarf is just running around in the tavern. There, now it's being placed. Right here. See, there's a chest here now. And can we do something with that? Can we like assign details on the barricaded mushroom of beers? Boxes, it's got one now. Goblets. It doesn't really need any goblets because they don't drink there. Stored instruments is desired to be 5, so that's perfect. It would be cool to assign a performer. Let's have a look at our dwarf therapist and see if anybody's completely idle. It's unlikely at this point because we don't have a ton of dwarves, and for the most part, they have useful tasks. The children are idle. Actually, oh no, Meng is a miner. It looks like every dwarf has useful things to do, except perhaps our trapper. Trapper's just kind of wasting their life. We could make it the trapper. Let's make Zuglar the performer. Because, let's be honest, its traps aren't doing anything good. All they're doing is bringing rats in from outside. Oh man. Okay, Zuglar. Should we unassign Zuglar from trapping? Maybe. Because the trapping really isn't doing us any good. We'll leave them for now. They can take their pick of trapping or performing. Oh, they struck Koboldite down here. Cool. So we're just going to wait and let them... Oh yeah, I bet that rhino has emerged from its confinement. We're going to let them finish digging that, and then we're going to erase that stockpile and make one gigantic stockpile to hold all our stuff. All except for certain things like bars, blocks, fat, lye, food, seeds, well, oops, mostly, oh lord. The Gallic have mercy. There's non-stop things escaping. Okay, we're going to tell Zuglar to stop catching things because this is getting way out of hand. So, yeah, no more. You're done, Zuglar. And then we might as well make Zuglar... Actually, hey, they're going to build a building. Are they building the kennel by chance? That's what we want them to do. Yep, good. Okay, so there should be less creatures escaping from confinement. Let's just tame whatever we can, and then maybe they'll stop escaping. Whatever's left will stop escaping. So PX, we're going to clear away this stockpile here. And then we're going to go over and, do something else. So actually not something else, we're going to do the same thing essentially. So we're going to go to here and we're going to create a stockpile of what we call an everything stockpile. And that's not the right place, so clear it and then say animal, and then do this whole area will be one big old stockpile. It's called everything. Everything. We'll type it correctly. Okay, and then S, change settings. Animals, yes, because they'll be in cages. Food, no. Furniture, yeah, but not. There's one furniture that we don't want, and we find that under type. So the furniture we don't want is actually the ladder, because we keep our ladder outside. So where's the ladder? It's called other large tools. Yeah, it's one of the more confusing things, but now by setting that, they'll leave the step ladder outside where it belongs for harvesting fruit. We don't want gems because they're heavy and they have a gems pile. Finished goods, yes. Leather, sure. Cloth, yes. Wood, no. Weapons and trap components, yes. Armor, yes. Sheet, although we don't have any, yes. It seems like we've got it all right here. Nothing's wrong. Okay. Look at that. 4 times the capacity of our previous one. Even a bit more because we got these weird little connections. We'll actually make these weird little connections too. At a low priority. Oh, but those won't be part of the stockpile. That's fine. Oh, we don't have to be that perfectionist about it. Should go that far. Looks like somebody dropped their pick here. That would be the dwarf that we assigned to do something else. And now it's got a task because now there's actually a place to put it with that expanded stockpile. How goes the prospecting? They were going deep. Hashtag deep dwarves. Yeah, okay, they're still busy. We may actually strike the cavern. We're down on level 15 or so. We're well below the surface. If we strike the cavern, that would be the first time of this humble dwarf ever striking the cavern. It has not happened yet, and it shall happen in this fortress. We shall break into the cavern and then pee our little dwarf pants in fear, and then hopefully come back with a military once we've established one. We're mostly waiting now for seasons to pass. We would love to have the dwarves deliver us some anvils so we can perhaps make bronze weapons, because we don't have iron. Yeah, it's hard to say we want to make bronze weapons because we're so used to having iron for steel, but bronze will do if it has to be. And what else can we do? We are waiting for more population so we can train them up. What season is it? Obsidian. Does anybody know what season that is? Let's check the Dwarven calendar. Obsidian is the 12th month of the Dwarven calendar. Late winter. So it's almost spring, which means it's almost elf season. And hopefully we'll get more migrants next season. Everybody loves migrants because they let you do so much. They make the place lively. They serve as bodies in the military. They can mine. They can dance. They can cook. They can butcher animals. There's only one miner working. And what are they doing now? Oh, they're going to dig somewhere else. Interesting. What was wrong with where you were digging? Ming Muban Kubuk. we really would have expected you to just stay in one place and dig, but Meng is a creative little one. Meng likes to go, oops, that's not where we want to be. Meng likes to, sorry, he likes to switch around and do different things. And was he angry? Oh, he was angry, dwelling upon getting into an argument. Well, that's okay. He can argue every now and then. Probably made him feel good about fighting. Yeah, Meng is indecisive. Oh, probably what's happening is Meng is like trying to dig in the closest square, and because these squares are one above the other, Meng thinks that the one right below Meng is the closest. So we're just gonna de-designate one of these paths, and then Meng will stop running up and down stairs, hopefully. Gotta push the right button, and there they go. Back up here, and hopefully this time they'll just dig right to the end of this path. Struck Peridot, that's a gem. Looks like we struck something else there. Wax Opal. Thank goodness there's no more animals breaking out of their cages nonstop. Whew, that was a real ordeal for our patients, having to go back to the main entrance every time an animal broke out of its cage. Now Ming can dig over there. Cool. It's looking like our hopes of finding iron are not going to come true. It's unfortunate. Why is this not working? X, remove designation. Go down here. Press enter. Okay. There you go. No more mining that path. Yeah, so we've learned that it's not good to mine two floors at the same time because your dwarves think that they should switch back and forth between the two floors repeatedly. And that just leads to inconvenience. So we'll have the dwarf. Where did Meng go? Maybe they got tired. Maybe he got tired. Yeah, he's going for a drink. Who could blame him? He's been running up and down stairs all day. Foolish little dwarf. We sorted him out good. Now he knows what he's doing. Oh, he's going over to this till to grab a drink. Is the food stockpile full? This one is not. It's got a bunch of buckets. Wait, buckets? In the food stockpile? Interesting choice. There's yak's milk in it. That's cool. Wow. Okay, well, that's a good reason to have buckets in the stockpile. It's noted that we don't have make cheese on that listing. Are they still making cheese? Checking. Okay, so they should be making cheese because they're going to check and find that there is cheese, or there is milk. There's plenty of yak's milk in buckets. Speaking of buckets, how many buckets do we have? Are they all good, ready to use? Buckets, 24 buckets. Yeah, they're... Where's that red number? 3 red number next to the buckets, which means 3 are filled, it would seem. So we should be good for buckets for now. The training an animal is set, but it's probably not happening because nobody's set as an animal trainer. So we are going to set Zuglar to be an animal trainer. Not only a trapper, but also an animal trainer. Yeah, we'll commit that change. We're doing it through Dwarf Therapist. That's why you don't see anything happening. But this friendly dwarf, Zuglar the Performer, the one who's currently pushing a wheelbarrow to the ore stockpile and storing something else, this one is our animal trainer. So if all goes well, they'll start training the vermin. Hopefully that's the correct kind of dwarf to do that. If not, well, oh, there they go. Tame a small animal. Cool. Oh, they're grabbing the trap. Hold on. Let's pause it. Let's see what animal they're training. So we'll go G, check that copper animal trap doesn't say what's in the copper animal trap. Okay, that's fine. But let's see what they do. Let's see how it goes. He's taking the copper animal trap. Oh, what? Is he going to get another one? Oh, he's bringing it food. Cool. He's getting food to train his whatever it is. Let's see, there's a copper animal trap, yeah. View that. Live rat. Okay, he's training a rat. That's amazing. Okay, well, this is good news. So what we should do is create a bunch more animal traps, and we'll make them out of copper. Because we have so much copper, we can afford to make lots of animal traps, and because we have so many vermin, presumably, that we've brought in from outside, so we'll just make 15 copper animal traps, and poor Ming, Or sorry, poor Zuglar will have no time for performances. And hey, what's this? Are there visitors at our fort? We don't really want visitors, in fact. At them Bortudonu. Visitors are trouble. This low-voiced, extremely long-haired man, prone to great ambition. Don't trust him one bit. He could be a spy. He could be a spy come to steal Commonlulled, our giant peach-faced leather left mitten. It's worth 2,000. We're gonna sell that at the first chance we get. But for now, in order to prevent any more awkwardness of visitors coming, let us just go to our details of the location and change the restriction saying visitors are not welcome. Citizens and long-term residents only. And now we're done. Those humans should leave soon. They've certainly overstayed their welcome. If you're wondering what the humans are, by the way, these U's, capital U stands for human. A poet and appears to be a bard. Her curly hair is extremely long. What else can we say about her? She has sunken blue eyes, close set. Yeah, she sounds untrustworthy. She's too tall. Far too tall for our liking. Okay, well, what else do we got? Yeah, bone crafts are happening. Leatherworks are not working. We could actually make some leather clothing. With our copious leather, we check our stocks. It's under hides, leather. Is it hides? Definitely not hides. Skins, perhaps? It's got some weird name. If anybody knows what leather is called in this listing, now's your chance to shine. Leather, animal traps, ballista arrowheads, bins, not body parts, cages, cloth. It's not cloth, because that's the kind that's woven from thread. We're looking for leather. Eggs, fish, goblets, leaves, legwear, limb, body cast, liquid, logs, meat, mechanisms, millstones, leather, corns, quivers. Why is there a category for corns but not for leather? Actually, there probably is. We just can't see it. It's invisible. Sheet. Oh, aha, tanned hides. It is hides, but it's tanned hides. Okay, we have 10 tanned hides, so that's not actually a lot. Not a lot at all. So maybe we don't want to make leather clothes just yet. Is there anything in the tanner shop? Nope. The butcher shop is empty too. That's a good sign. We're looking at what's contained in them, but the still is just loaded. It's cluttered. As it says CLT at the top. It's loaded with all this. Seeds. Oh, the seed stockpile could be made bigger, for one thing. And then we need them to take all that alcohol out of the still and bring it to the food stockpile. Something's up with this food stockpile. It would seem the dwarves are reluctant to use it. So there's rhubarb roast, that's prepared meals. There's buckets of milk. But why is there no alcohol? Oh, it must have 0 barrels. That's it. Yeah, barrels aren't allowed. Okay, give them lots of barrels. Bins. It should not need bins because it's a food stockpile. But yeah, that'll set it straight. Let's just double check it doesn't have misc liquid enabled. Nope, it doesn't. And we'll double check our other food stockpiles don't have misc liquid enabled by accident, because that can be a disaster waiting to happen. When you enable misc liquid, you enable lye. And then when you enable lye and barrels, it really cuts into your soap production, but we don't have that problem. Do we have soap production, by the way? We have ash. We have a lye and bucket stockpile. Oh, we haven't made any lye yet. We do have fat, though, which appears to have been rendered into tallow. Nope, it's still fat. Oh, because there's only 9. Our order is set to trigger when there's 10. So we'll just tell this to... Perhaps what we'll do is go into the order and set it to trigger the rendering of fat. Not only when you have 10, but when you have 9 or 1 or something. We'll change inequality, change number, n to 1. There, now they'll render the fat. Have we created ash? We have an ash bin, but do we actually have ash? Celery seeds are hanging out there for some reason. No, we don't have ash. We don't have ash in the ash bin yet, so we're gonna order the wood furnaces to make some ash. How much ash do we want? We don't need a ton. Just do 3 ash. We'll set those to go before they do more charcoal. Then the ash should go to the ash stockpile, and then we'll have almost everything we need for soap. We can make a task to make soap too while we're at it, so it'll happen automatically. Soap from tallow. Perpetual soap from tallow is down here, and we're going to add a condition. It's got its materials. We'll set the numbers to 1. This might be unwise. Oops. And then hopefully that just solves everything. Making sure the animal fat has no barrels allowed. Good, because we don't want our fat to go in barrels. Okay, perfect. We may or may not have a soap industry. Time will tell. And time is passing. Let's see what the dwarves are up to. Sometimes it's better to just let them work and not interrupt them, but hopefully they're starting. Oh yeah, they're starting to bring barrels down here, which is great. Making use of this pile. Oh, that one just grabbed like 2 prepared meals. Where were they taking those? But there, the barrels are going down. The little animals are being tamed. In fact, it looks like we've got some tamed animals here. Live grasshopper. Whoa, they can catch grasshoppers. Crazy. In a wooden trap. So, oh, maybe like if they catch animals that don't know how to gnaw, then those animals won't gnaw through. So they just need to catch a couple grasshoppers, and then those old wooden traps won't be so useless. Ooh, we got a stray cow. You know what that means? It's time to butcher it. Time to have some special fun times. Okay, so, oh yeah, so to see it says to render fat, they need 150 unrotten. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into our order and we're going to make it require 150. So go to conditions, set the number to 150. Now it's not satisfied, but such is life. Something tells me it's about to be satisfied. Stocks, animals. Where's our cow? This one? Stray cow. Yeah, that's not a calf. We don't butcher the calves because just because they don't have as much meat on them, basically. We like to let them grow up before we butcher them. So there's also a llama there, which we can totally butcher. We'll probably do that soon. But we'll do one thing at a time. So let's watch this animal get butchered. That would be our cow. Okay, sitting here with no job. It's this capital C right in the middle of the screen. It just moved. Hopefully somebody's going to come and get it. Oh, a caravan, an elven caravan. This could be our moment. We've got a serrated copper disc. We've got copper helms. These are all trade goods that the elves will enjoy. So instead of watching that poor cow go to its death, we're going to watch the elf merchants approach with their yaks. They're climbing all the way over the top of the mountain and all the way back down. Luckily, it's a gentle slope. But there they go. Crawling towards the fortress, leading their animals. In fact, since we know they're coming, we should prepare for their arrival by loading some goods into the depot. Let us do so. We're going to trade them some headwear, not our leather, and we must be very careful not to give them any wood or anything in a barrel of wood or anything decorated with wood. But we have like 1 million copper helms, and these were really just made as trade goods, so they can have them. See what we can get for like 20 copper helms, or more than 20. That's a lot. And also trap components. We crafted a trap component for the elves. Oh, 2 trap components. Those are going to fetch a high price. And we'll do this. Go to call the trader. Now let's check on some things. First of all, has the cow been butchered? It still says slaughter the cow, so no, it hasn't. Where is the cow? It's still outside. No one's slaughtering it. Well, that's fine. Somebody will come grab it soon. But the elves are arriving. Dwarves are carrying helm after helm out to the trade depot. Once they stop saying this, bring item to depot, then we know that they're basically done. Done carrying everything to the depot, that is. And once that happens, then we'll trade. We'll see what we can get for all our goods. Because we want to have a good relationship with the elves, so we'll trade them some stuff. Could they have put all these helmets into a bin? If they could, that would have been a smart thing for them to do. Oh, we're showered with good fortune. Migrants have arrived. What should we do? Should we watch the migrants come in? Probably. It's usually a good thing to watch the migrants. Because then we know what we've got, eh? Like from the previous miners, we actually have, it looks like, at least one who's not really occupied yet. Godin or Vadnanir. And from these migrants, well, we shall see what we get. It looks like our first one is a professional peasant. Oh, they're not an animal caretaker. Okay. They're an adequate animal dissector. What is that even for? A brewer, an ambusher, a marks dwarf, which is intriguing. So we're just going to make a quick note of their name. Zanig Bomb Recordim. And that they're a marks dwarf, which is cool. So we'll let them, they can maybe be the leader of our marks dwarf squad. Wow, we have another one right on their heels. Good old Zuglar, Cattle Manam. That's a peasant. We love peasants. Peasants can be anything. Okay, and then we have a fishery worker with combat skills. Zassit. Delethism. This person is knowledgeable in various types of combat. Fishing. We don't usually bother with fishing because it's just weird. Once you fish, then there are no more fish. So this one's also a fisher dwarf. This one's name is Ushrir Maful Muzish. And they are anything useful? A fisher dwarf, a swords dwarf. So not really, because we don't really use swords, but perhaps their general combat skills will come in handy. We can learn to use axes instead. Eshtan is a ranger. Do they have any useful skills? Oh my goodness, an animal caretaker, that's the ultimate useless skill. It's literally useless. But they do have some things. Marksdorf. We have the makings of a crossbow squad with these two Marksdorfs coming in. A child. A child is not useful, but depending on their age, they can be closer to useful, that is. This one's only 5. It's on Egastbim. She is not going to be able to work for another 7 years. So if this fort survives 7 more years, hey, then Zahn will start to have a purpose in life. Until then, all she needs to do is grow and play and have her rights respected like any good child. This one is a trapper and a shearer. Trapper, you say? That's intriguing. The shearer part, actually that could be useful too. Oh my, this one is just a shearer. Mebzath Balfikad. Just a shearer. Adequate. That's fine. And a goose. We really expected a dwarf there. Oh, and it's a keat. Okay, we actually have a keat already, so this could be a breeding pair of keats if they're the right gender. So they both have names. The question is, what's their gender? So this one, his feathers. She. Okay, so we have a male and a female keat, which means if we want, we can start a guinea fowl operation. Because those are baby guinea fowls. And then cattle, Umber Fortresses, aka Gosmergeshud. Another Marksdwarf. It's trying to tell us that we should start a crossbow squad. This one is a trapper, another trapper. Elath Ki Krost Lilar. Also a poet who knows the Orb of Savants. We'll expand it so we can see details of their poetry skills and such. Another child, Ablel Arani Mush. How old are you, Ablel? She is 6. So she's halfway to being a working adult. Better than the last one. Another child, okay. Fine. Mainkot, Sabiravad. What is your age? 5. Well, they're gonna have people their age to play with, that's for sure. Oh goodness, we are loaded with children. It must be that they caught wind that we'd been creating lots of large serrated discs, and they just decided to come to the fort with all the large serrated discs. This one's 3 years old. That's a younger child, but they can still walk, carry themselves to our fort, eat our food, use up our beds. That's good. That's what they're supposed to do. Rag Eidolon. Eidolon, that sounds like a mythical creature. Fish dissector and fish cleaner. That is essentially a peasant, which is great. We love peasants. Another peasant? Oh, this one's a trapper. Wow. Wow. Okay, we're getting all the, to say it lightly, all the not so useful professions in this. We have had a couple Marksdwarfs which are useful, but we've had an overwhelming preponderance of children and trappers and fishers, none of which are much good to us. This one's a child. Children are the least good, and would you know, there's another child. That's okay. We have, like, our dwarves are very efficient. We only have a small farm, and it produces plenty of food. We have one cook who's producing plenty of prepared meals. We have a couple of, we have like one armor maker who's just making all our armor, but that's more for fun. Another Marksdwarf, interesting. So is Hunter not a skill? It must be that Ambusher and Marksdwarf is the skill of a hunter, because that's what these hunters all have. They're called hunter, but they don't have a skill called hunting. They have Ambusher and Marksdwarf. So Ambusher is to sneak up, and Marksdwarf is to nail the unicorn with bolt after bolt. This one is, wouldn't you know, a fisher. Let's see. Wow, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop being fisher dwarves. Fisher dwarves, children, trappers, and Marksdwarves. Something about this migrant wave. They must have all come from a forest of fishing people. That must be it. Ooh, a llama. A baby llama. That one will grow up and make a fine hamburger. This one's not a fisher or a Marksdwarf. Ooh, it's a furnace operator. That and a strand extractor. Strand extractor is like, if we want to fall to the lizard demons, we can have a strand extractor. A trader. Whoa. It's rare to have somebody come into your fort who calls himself a trader. And they're going to be better at trading than our current assigned trader. So let's just go ahead and assign them to be the trader, the broker. What was their name again? It's Digel Bimakgos or something to that effect. So we'll go to our noble screen, go to the broker, and we will replace them with R, replacing them with Digel Bimakgos. Where are you, Digel? Perhaps they're too new to be assigned. Okay, well, oh no, they are. Okay, because yeah, they're already an adequate appraiser. And that's probably more than we can say for our leader. Where's our leader? Edem. Add something. Ablo. Aben. Yeah, this is our current trader. Let's just see. How good are they at trading? Competent. Versus the other one is adequate. Maybe we shouldn't switch it, because it seems that competent is better than adequate. So we'll just switch that back. Let Aben remain as the broker. Place Aben of Alticid. Perfect. And now we will return to the spot of the migrants arriving and see if any more come. Yes, one more has arrived. We must be nearing the end of the migrants. There has been a massive number of migrants in this wave. Tobal Satalcerol, an adequate butcher. We will just leave them as a butcher for now, and they can butcher along with our other butcher. We got a stonecrafter. That's cool. So we're getting some variety now. Butcher, stonecrafter, furnace operator, to go with all our marks dwarves and fisher dwarves and children. This one's also a competent mason, novice armorsmith, a competent metalsmith, and an accomplished stonecrafter. So that's interesting. Melbill, Larlimul, mason, armor, metal, and stonecrafter. That's quite the resume. They might be replacing somebody. They might be taking over the metalsmithing duties. We got a puppy, we got a bull calf. A bull calf is a cow. A puppy is a puppy. Let's check the gender of the puppy, because we kind of want a dog industry. We didn't bring any dogs. They're not super useful, but they are useful. They can warn you of invaders. They can serve as meat shields. You can bring them to war with you, although they don't do a lot of damage. So, oh, it's a pet, so maybe we don't want to send it into war, but it can be used as breeding stock. So this one's male. Let's check our other puppy. Is this the new one, Deucim? We got Deucim and Rovod, our two puppies. He is very muscular. Rovod, her hair. So we have male and female puppies, which is excellent. And there's still more dwarf coming. Kogan, oh, a wood burner. Great. Atolodum. We like wood burners, and they're a legendary dancer and novice teacher. See, if they could be taught to be good with weapons, then they could train our other dwarves effectively with their teaching skills, although it's only a novice teacher. And that's the end of the wave of migrants. Wow. Looking at the listing that's been created, how many do we get? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Actually, we can look at it here. All the ones that say new arrival. It's quite a few. This is how many bedrooms we need. Yeah, it's 25. 25 new migrants. Wow. Okay, let's order them beds. Bed. So, holy cow, 25 new migrants. Nagalik is favoring us with her beautiful scales on this night. Let's see. 25 beds, 25 doors. Actually, let's make 10 wooden doors, and then stone, oh, not adamantine, rock doors. We might end up making them out of fluxstone. We'll see how that goes. If they make too many out of fluxstone, we'll just cry and mine some more fluxstone. Okay, so they're gonna have beds. We're gonna have to dig some rooms for them too. 25. Okay. Well, this is gonna necessitate a more elaborate bedroom arrangement. So perhaps we should kick out some residents, or we can hook it around to here. Basically, we need to have another path that leads behind here to make extra beds. And then we're also gonna add more beds downstairs too. Let's make this a macro, because this is taking too long. Oh, we're hearing a bling. Someone has followed, and their name is Nightrune. Thank you, Nightrune, and welcome to the Dwarven adventure. Now it looks like this thing is ready, and we're gonna run that macro. Create some more bedrooms. Oh, that was a misfire. It needs to be down here. Okay, now we're gonna run that macro. Macro's not perfect. So we've got 8 there. This is 10. I'll go downstairs, and then we will just run it right here. 11, 13, oops, that's wrong. Okay, we're gonna fix the macro. So we start it here, dig, and then to there. And we just started recording. So start it here, to there and up there and stop recording and then play that back and we can add bedrooms quickly. And then we'll just save this macro as dig T of 2 bedrooms. So that's, how many was that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. This hall's getting too long, so we'll instead go over here and make sort of like a extended dormitory. And we need to make sure we leave space for the additional rooms. So we're going to go into marking mode. Sorry, that is the additional size of the rooms. And we're going to just do it like that so that it kind of shows where the rooms are going to be if we ever get around to making them luxuriously large. So that's kind of what it's going to look like. That's how far apart they have to be. So we'll toss in some bedrooms there and we will go print, Control P that is. And actually if we just line them up, we can make it easy. And it's actually hard to keep track of how many we have. That's 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So we need to add 5 more on top of this. 22, 24, 26. Okay, so that should be enough bedrooms for all the dwarfies. Looks pretty good. These guys have a bit of a far walk, so it's tempting to actually like remove one of these bedrooms, and we're going to do just that. This first bedroom is going to be made into a hallway. Sorry, Lycott, they're a child. That's okay. And then we'll dig through here. Not that it's okay to, get rid of a child's bedroom or anything in general, but they're not going to be doing any work, so it's not as important for them to have a short walk to work as it is for other more mature and battle-ready dwarves. So the trading depot is ready. We're going to mark all goods for trade, and please have brought us cats. If you have brought us cats, we'll be so happy. Cages, toy boats. Where are the cages? There's a spider monkey, a squirrel, a lion. Okay, that's kind of like a cat. That's a lot like a cat. Let's get a lion. We're just going to pasture that lion and let it do its thing. Now, is a snapping turtle vermin? Common snapping turtle. If it's vermin, we don't want it. We pretty much don't want it anyway. But we're going to just check with the base of infinite knowledge. Common snapping turtles. What do we know about them? They're smaller cousins of alligator snapping turtles. They're a decent source of eggs and meat if you catch a breeding pair. We don't really want to have a menagerie of different animals. Perhaps what we'll do is grab a snapping turtle and just butcher it. But the lion's exciting. If they can bring us another lion. Let's check with our wizard. What does that say about lions? Lions are strong, rare, 3 times the size of a dwarf. They can be exotic pets. They can receive war training. But they're slow, so they're not very useful. But they might be good for hunting vermin. That's what we're getting it for. Can't have cats, but we can have lions. Fantastic. What else is going on? Jute hood. That's like some sort of hood. Jute is like a cloth. Yeah, jute cloth. Oh, it's sized for elves. Oh, silly elves. What are they thinking? Bringing us clothing sized for elves. And wooden swords, as if that would ever be good in battle. Nothing holds an edge like wood, eh? That is, nothing holds an edge as poorly as wood does. Grown kinaf, right glove. There's got to be something interesting here. Caps. None of that's interesting. A wood mail shirt. That's kind of cool, but not valuable. How's the trade looking? They're getting massive profit at the moment. We might actually, we're going to take all their food. Yes, we want their food. So we'll create a little macro real quick. Oh, okay, we don't need one. Yeah, for this, we create a macro. So create recording, as you can see, it's flashing rec at the top left. So we press enter. 5 is the amount, enter, down. And then Control R to stop recording. And then Control P to do that again. And then we just grab all their food with that. And what else do they have? Some more clothing we can't wear. Some splints we don't need. Some crutches we also don't need and could make. A jade pedestal. Now that's kind of cool. These are instrument parts which we don't want. But what's the jade pedestal? What's it got going on? It's a pedestal made of jade, lavender jade. What color is jade? Let's ask the wizard. Lavender jade. It's purple. Whoa, ooh, that's a pretty stone. It's spackled with light pink sparkles amidst a moderate reddish purple hue. It looks like stone. If you can imagine that pedestal made of this purple, almost sparkly stone. We've talked so much about it. Let's buy it, even though it's actually not very useful. There's also a grown lace agate pedestal. Isn't lace agate a stone? Lace agate, the wizard says it's a gem. Yeah, so how did they grow this gem? I suppose gems can be grown. Well, let's just take this as a trade. Ah, wonderful, say the elves. They thank us for our business. Trader is no longer needed. Now let's build the cage of the lion, our lion friend. Actually, that lion's probably not tamed. It's probably not been tamed yet. So let's just make sure it's tame before we go releasing it amidst our dwarves. That could have been very fun if we had not done this step. Okay, there's got to be cages somewhere. Yeah, there's cage. So we do cage. We place the cage, say right here. Enter. And then we look at detail of cages, which will be X, expand, contract. And then we have our lion cage right there. And let's actually put down the other cage too. The willow cage, which naturally contains the common snapping turtle. It's a male, so it won't lay eggs. Oh, we were going to butcher it anyway, but we have to train it first. Because if you release an untrained lion, it may well devour your dwarves, and the snapping turtle would probably just run away. So we'll assign a zone here, make it an animal training zone. Call it animal training. And that's it. But what else can we do? We need to make sure we have an animal trainer. So that's where Dwarf Therapist comes in really handy. Animal training. Zuglar is an animal trainer. Our glorious peasant, former peasant. Are they still a peasant? No, Zuglar Bungekber, performer. This one at the bottom. That's our animal trainer. So let us just check if there's anything we need to do other than putting them in a training zone and having a trainer. Animal status tab. Maybe we have to do it through stocks. Animals. Stray lion. Oh, it does say it's tame. Okay, so it does not need to be trained. That means we can safely release it. That's good. Oh, can we trade them the rat? Okay, quickly, while the elves are still here, as long as those rats aren't in a wooden cage, we can at least bring the goods to the depot. So let us look at animals or cages or something and see if we can get rid of those 3 vermin that we've tamed and put in cages. If only we can find them, unless we can slaughter them. Let's try that first, that's a bit easier. Pets, livestock. It's not through this menu, it's through the stocks menu, animals. And then we go to this. We are not allowed to slaughter them, okay, as expected. So we'll try to trade them away. So we go here, move goods to depot. Which category are animals in? They are either under cages or animals, most likely. Thread, bags, quivers, cups, buckets, tools, animals. Okay, where are the animals? Seriously, if anybody knows, we're going to look at the chat right now. Probably not expecting much, but if anybody knows, that would be very handy. If they could tell us where animals are in this list. Let's see, all logs, plenty, bin. It'd be something like animal traps. Perhaps they can't be traded, or perhaps they're under pets. Not metal bars. Cheeses. Instruments. Miscellaneous. No. Okay, we'll figure that out later. For now, we're going to place those two animals in their spot in the animal training zone, even though they don't need to be trained. And then after that, we're going to just, set them free. Actually, the thing to do would be to just go ahead and pasture them. Wow, the food stockpile's already full. We're just going to go mess around with some settings on our computer. Totally breaking the immersion for a moment, but just pretend you're thinking about dwarves and their habits. Imagine their filthy beards that they haven't washed because we haven't got any soap yet. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to create an animal pasture, which is going to perfectly overlap our food storage. And actually, we're going to build our food storage even bigger first, because it is rather small. We shall load our storage room macro, dig it out. Just dig it out. And that can be a lower priority than the bedrooms, that's fine. We'll tell them to diggy dig right there. And then this will be our new secondary level of food stockpile. And we're going to have a lion prowling around in there. So when the dwarves go down to get a beer or a dwarven rum, they're going to... Dwarven habits, indeed. Oh, they finally slaughtered the cow. Yeah, somebody mentioned dwarven habits, so there you go. Now we're going to let them dig this out, and then we're going to have a lion prowling around, which is going to be amazing. There's nothing to catch in the central swamps, they say. What do we care? Oh, our fisher dwarves. We have fisher dwarves. They're all fishing, silly little bumpkins. They need to be unassigned from that. So we're not going to do it this way. We're going to do it the quick way through Dwarf Therapist, and that'll save us a little effort. So we'll tell it to read the current status. We're going to look at all the dwarves who are set to fishing. We're going to unassign them from fishing, because we don't want to deplete our stocks of fish. We want to let nature progress as it will. Let the fishies have their lives. We got lots of other stuff we can kill. Like that cow we just slaughtered. Look at all this good stuff we got. Hoof, cartilage, delicious lungs, hearts, intestines, liver. Doesn't that just make you drool with hunger? Wombat lung? When did we... Oh, there must be someone hunting. Okay, we better unassign the hunters too. We don't want to kill our happy little wombats. It's actually impressive that the dwarves were able to even kill anything, as a testament to their marksdwarfship, that they were able to take down those wombats. But now we're just having a glance over at the dwarf therapist to find where hunting is, and then we can deactivate it so that our dwarves will stop killing all the wildlife. There's hunting. Yeah, we had 1, 2, 3 dwarves, 4 dwarves, 5 dwarves, all set to hunt. So they've been told to stop killing the animals. We are a friend of animals, except for some animals, like the ones that this cow and other animals, like heck, pretty much everything that's not wild, we're happy to destroy and turn into fat, and use that fat to make soap, and use that soap to fulfill all our dwarven dreams. There should actually be an order to make soap. We would have expected. Okay, there is right there, make soap. Oh, but we don't have anybody set to make lye, so we should make some lye. We'll just do it here. Make lye. Repeat that. And then our lye bucket stockpile will be set to take from this workshop. So the Ashbury's lye will all go to that stockpile. That stockpile is not allowed to have barrels, so they won't dump lye into barrels. This is the bug that Toady 1 should fix, so that the dwarves can get lye out of barrels. It would make all our lives happier and easier. But that's okay. Let's see if we have any ash. Oh, we're just jumping around. We have 3 ash. That's actually the amount we told it to make. So eventually we'll have some ash on the go, and that'll be all cool. We're making bone crafts, horn crafts. There should be some more like tooth crafts. Tooth/ivory crafts. There it is, ivory. Yeah, they're checking. Okay. Looks like everything's going along well. Our dwarves are no longer slaughtering animals, or they are slaughtering, but they're no longer hunting animals, which is nice. Oh yeah, up here you can see the refuse from the hunt. Wow. There's a trail of blood. It's probably wombat blood. Oh, it's mound goat blood. They've been busy. Galak, save us from ourselves. A pile of vomit. That's probably goat vomit. Poor thing. Didn't deserve that. And there's also some broken arrows and a bolt. Another bolt. Are these forbidden? Probably. That's okay, we'll leave those. Oh my, up here we have 5 dead animals. Oh, what? Cow skins? See, the skins should actually be going to the tanning shop. We do have a tanning shop and it is active. So perhaps we should create a stockpile where the skins can go, because we don't want the skins going all the way up there. So our dwarves have to run outside way up to the refuse pile before they come way back down. So we'll make this high priority. We'll make that our skin stockpile. So the skins can pop out of the butcher shop and go straight there. And actually, while we're at it, we'll just go up here and we'll set them not to take skins. Body parts, corpses, oh, this is what we can do. Yeah, fresh rawhide does not go there anymore. And actually we'll just set our skin pile to take fresh rawhide only. Small live animals, small tame animals. What a weird pile. Pipe section? How is that refuse? This is confusing, but we're just going to leave it at that for now. And this goat, what a tragedy. It wasn't even used. Maybe the butcher will butcher it. It's not active. Or maybe it is active. Yeah, okay. So they're probably going to butcher that goat. Wow, we get a couple hunters, and within seconds, or in Dwarven terms, probably within days, they've systematically hunted down and wiped out all wildlife on the map. Good thing there wasn't anything giant. Oh, there is a giant. Hoary marmots. Maybe it was a giant hoary marmot that they hunted before, where we got that marmot. Oh no, that was wombat stuff we got. Okay, these dwarves are busy. There's a lot going on for them. Maybe we should just let them have some space. The thing is, though, we got some newbies who don't really need space. Like they've been just unassigned from hunting, so they're not really that busy. This is going to be called the raw skin pile. So we can find some work to do for those. So this is going to be fresh rawhide. Yeah. And we'll set it to take, actually we won't set it to take, because that might confuse them. But that should do some good. Should do some good indeed. Now there's some mountain goat leather. Beautiful. So these new dwarves, they're going to have work to do for some time, because they're going to be moving items into stockpiles. Here he comes, bringing the goat body to be butchered. So the new migrants, they're going to be busy for a while, stockpiling all our goods, but eventually they're going to need longer term tasks. Maybe what we'll do is start the military. This might be the perfect time for that. Our new Marks dwarfs can all be assigned to the squad, and we can just have them train in their basic military skills. Let's see, in our list of new migrant dwarves, how many Marks dwarfs do we get? 1, 2, 3. We got 4 new Marks dwarfs, plus a bunch of fishermen and trappers who don't really have a reason to be fishing and trapping, per se. They would be better off doing other things that are more useful. So it seems like that's what we're going to do. We're going to set up a squad. We're going to have a military Marksdorf squad. that means we're going to actually need a crossbow making shop, which is pretty cool, unless they could be made here. That's actually likely. Weapons and ammunition. And this is a good use for our not so impressive metal too, because crossbows, it doesn't really matter what metal you make them out of. So let's just place an order for 10 crossbows. We'll make 10 copper crossbows. Beautiful. It's so fun doing it with the order screen. You just say, make me this many of this thing, and then they go and do it. And perhaps we'll stop making those copper helms for now. Oh, what kind of stuff do we even have? What kind of bars do we have? Oh, we have so many bars. 261 copper. We're thinking we might need to stop making copper stuff, but no, we can keep making copper stuff. We can just load it on with copper. Because those helms are great practice for our armor. They're going to be a master of making helms, but somehow also good at making all other armor. And then we're going to just make 10 crossbows. This one can be removed. And if we look, make copper, forge copper crossbow, it'll be called. There it is. Yes, there's 10 of them. So we just need our crossbow job person to go do that. And we better make this stockpile of food, as we said we were going to do. Oh, what's that weird icon? Is that a vermin? This little O. A hen egg. Cool. Greaves have 1 times 2 melt value. That sounds interesting. And so does auto labor. Retired Navy vet says we got auto labor and DF hack turned on right now. See, when I see the word DF hack, I feel like maybe I shouldn't hack, but I probably will eventually try it because we do enjoy having our dwarves hack through the earth. That's what it's about right now. Because DF hack is convenient. It lets you do things quickly that you couldn't do quickly otherwise, like assigning all your dwarves to new labors, which is probably what retired Navy vet was referring to there. With auto labor. And Night Rune mentions that Greaves have a 1 times 2 melt value. So does that mean that they take 1 bar to create and 1 times 2, they give you back 1 times 2? So they essentially create armor for nothing? Yeah, you can level up armor and stockpile some extra metal in the process. See, that's immersion breaking for me, to get more metal back than you spent making it, but it's very understandable to want to do it. But at this point, we have so much copper, we don't even need to make free copper out of nothing. We can just use the copper that great Nagalak gave us and her beautiful wisdom. Nagalak is a deity, in case anybody was wondering. A Nagalak Githerzalis, grasping word. She's commonly represented as a female cave fish, which is a small pale underground fish, commonly admired for their beauty. And she's a very appropriate god. God of laws, order, caverns, and earth. See, I'm not sure if Nagalak would want us to turn our metal into extra metal. The goddess of laws, in her pale, fishy beauty. The Night Rune says it doesn't feel cheaty unless you're using magma forges. I suppose that's fair, because at least you have to put in a significant effort in terms of harvesting charcoal. So we have to make a safe food stockpile here. We don't want seeds, fat, or misc liquids, which includes lye, because of all the problems that can create. People seem to like DF hack. Night Rune says they really like DF hack. It's a game saver. That's understandable. Yeah, this humble dwarf has not tried such game-saving things, but Dwarf Therapist feels almost essential for streaming, because it's like you just want to be able to do things in a somewhat reasonable amount of time. And without Dwarf Therapist, it's crazy the amount of UIs you have to look through trying to find who's on what labor, essentially. Like when we wanted to unassign all of our hunters, for example, that would have taken forever. Would have had to keep track of it in a separate list. So DF hack probably does similar helpful things. This is going to be Lion Patrol Zone, which is our defender of the food stockpile. So we're going to pasture 1 animal, our lion. Stray lion, tame. Thank goodness it's tame. Okay, we'll butcher that turtle soon, but it seems that our butcher shop is full, so we need to let them clear some of that away first. Hopefully they'll carry it down to the food stockpile. We've just increased the size of our food stockpile, so that should give them some room to do the thing. DF Hack has an in-game labor screen similar to Dwarf Therapist. That sounds kind of cool. So it would be like a screen that shows your labors and shows what each person is on. Oh, we've struck malachite. Stop everything! We've struck malachite. That's an iron one, isn't it? We just have to double check that. Oh, it's copper. Dang it. Keep getting excited about malachite. We're never going to find iron. That's okay. Hematite. Yeah, magnetite. It keeps retired Navy vet contributes. Yeah, it's not malachite. It's hematite, limonite, and magnetite. And that's very true. Just wistfully looking down at our prospecting zone, wishing it contained one of those three ores. Magnetite, malachite, it's so similar in sound. Both three syllables beginning with ma and ending in ite. But only one makes iron. Let's build some beds to distract ourselves. Dwarves are getting very tired and craving for beddy buys. Some of them anyway. Oh, there's lots of bed space down here. So let's just place them, and while we're at it, make a macro, a temporary macro. We can quickly place multiple beds like that. Just to get this all over with nice and fast. Someone else on Twitch was doing an actual program that plays the entire game for them. So like it would make bedrooms, it would assign dwarves to labors, it would do it all. That's kind of cool. We might want to try that eventually, but there's not much to do when you do that. There's literally nothing to do because the game just plays itself. So it's kind of a back and forth on the idea. It's one you can just leave it running. It's like those Twitch streams of like the AI playing the jumping dinosaur game. Nitroon says, this humble dwarf has a smooth, soothing narrator voice. People would pay this one to narrate stuff. Well, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you. And hopefully it contributes to your enjoyment of this stream. And yeah, I'm hoping my family will watch this because we've been isolated from each other by long distance and COVID regulations. So at least they can kind of feel like they have some participation in this one's life. But it's good for everybody. It's just fun because like Dwarf Fortress is a magnificently fun game, and it's great to be able to share it with people. This humble dwarf has done so much reading about Dwarf Fortress. It's not embarrassing. It's a proud thing to be able to say one has done so much reading about Dwarf Fortress. But also putting it into practice is another thing. And we're hoping that the Great Plague has ended. Well, luckily the dwarves aren't affected by any such plagues. They may have syndromes from time to time, but they don't seem to be contagious. I wonder if Toady one will add something like that. Dwarves have suspended construction of bed. That's a problem. But nobody really wants to have, references to real life tragic or worrisome events in their game, so we just kind of go without that and play Dwarf Fortress and enjoy how it's chill and not realistic in some ways and very realistic in others. Do we have doors? We have 3 doors, so they're gonna have some not so private bedrooms for a little while. Cancels brew drink, need empty food storage item. So we probably actually should just set to make wooden barrels. Oops, what are we doing? Add a new order. Make wooden barrels. Let's take the plunge. Infinite barrels. And should we make infinite bins too? Bins can be dangerous. When you get too many bins. Nate Rune says they won $10 on a scratch off today. Never buy them either. Well, good thing you never buy them. Those things can be a real danger. We know some people who have said like that they're hoping to get back financially secure, so they've bought lots of lottery tickets, and it's hard not to mash the palm into the forehead at that kind of thing. But to each their own. If you find it fun, I suppose that's what it's all about. If it's not fun, it's a problem. Like when we play those idle games where they make you do things, but you just keep doing the same thing and it's not even fun. And Nitroon says, the lady in front of me took extra time to buy one, and I reclaimed my time by buying one. So you got paid $10 for that essentially, and it's almost like you worked, or you got paid as if you had been working for that wasted time waiting in line. The dwarves don't bother waiting in line. They just get confused and stop doing it. They never expect to win anything. Do they even win anything? Dwarves? Sometimes they have cooking contests, apparently. Krug Smash showed off something like that one time, where they had like an annual contest making the best food, but we're pretty sure that's not actually in the game. There's no official contests, but it would be cool. It'd be cool, but it's not as high a priority as myths and magic and graphics. Oop, that's a big bedroom there. Let's make that bedroom a lot smaller. R, resize room, minus, 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 plus, enter. Yeah, it's easier to make bedrooms once they've got doors assigned. Construction suspended, unsuspend. Let us see. Bedroom, 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 bedroom. Okay. Yeah, we got bedrooms. We got 25 new dwarves. What are we gonna do? It's starting to get to the point where it gets confusing and we want to just start over, but we won't start over. We're gonna push through. Nitroon hasn't seen a Krug Smash episode in a bit. Well, you're in for a treat if indeed you follow up with this humble dwarf forgets the order, but the 3 series are Chamber Point, Scorched Fountain, and the Watchful Eyes. There's an order to them, and it's just concluded, the overarching series. It's like when an author writes a 20-book epic and they just get to the end and you can finally watch the whole thing and actually know it's going to have a conclusion. And it's great. It's a magnificent ending. So that's highly recommended whenever you're browsing around YouTube. And by the way, we just had a strange mood on a mason. It's actually a miner, but they claimed a mason's shop, and it said they're being secretive, but they're bringing stones, so they're not too confused. Yeah, if you watch Krug Smash, you will enjoy it. He's going to be going back to more simple, short content, but the long epic series with lots of voice acting and music and art and a complex story is just come to a close, so highly recommended. We're just watching Ming Mubun Kubuk carry their items for their strange mood. And yeah, a lot of dwarves are doing inefficient things right now, but that's okay. That's gonna begun a mysterious construction. Let's see what they're building with hornblende, orthoclase, pyropes, and copper bars. Cool. So it's gonna be some sort of, we're gonna guess it's gonna be a throne, which means a chair. Decorated with stone, copper, and gems. Uncut gems. So that should be very cool. Our metal stockpile looks to be overflowing with copper. If only we had another anvil. Well, it's got to be getting close to summer. Oh wow, people have been fighting. Because after summer comes autumn, and when autumn comes dwarves. Nitroon's guessing a door. Okay. Let's see what happens. If you're right, it's a door. I'll give you an opportunity to nickname the dwarf who did it within reason. But we'll see how that turns out. This humble dwarf has guessed it will be a throne, with no information but that thrones can be produced from a mason's shop. We just had a feeling, because with our previous artifact, the leather mitten, that was what we guessed. So maybe we'll be right again. Probably not. It's unlikely, but it's possible. And just making sure all the bedrooms have been assigned / created. Not assigned really, but made available for any dwarf who chooses to sleep in them. Looks like that was the last one. They're all... Oh, there's one. These are all good. These are old bedrooms. And the upstairs rooms, this one needs assigned. Yeah, we're going to do them now, even though they don't have doors. Just, in fact, maybe we can place the doors. How many doors do we have? 2 doors to place, so marble door, fancy. Oh, that's the stone door, right? We were worried it was going to be fluxstone, but we're also not worried about fluxstone because we don't even have iron, so can't make steel anyway. And we actually have lots of marble. We seem to be like sitting in a mountain of marble. Okay, we'll give this dwarf a chance to finish their construction while we just follow them. Resume. There they go. All the other dwarves are running around doing Nagalak knows what. Okay, it's time to get a new god. Sorry, we've heard enough about Nagalak. What other gods have we got here? What other deities? Oh, this one has a lot. Wow. Oh, 10. 10 different deities. My goodness. So what's a cool one? Gadan, Galka, Ul, Vukar, Sazir. Let's go with Sazir. Deity of the sack of smokes. Takes the form of a female dwarf associated with trade and wealth. Well, that's pretty cool, but it's not very graphic. Let's find one that looks more interesting. A male dwarf associated with pregnancy. That's interestingly contradictory. Not many civilizations have deities of pregnancy that are male. The sack of smokes, yeah. Some people, Nightroon points out the name of our civilization. It is called the sack of smokes. There are some people who would very much appreciate having a sack of smokes. This one is associated with birth, family. Another one, a male dwarf, associated with typically female roles. We have a male deity of pregnancy and a male deity of birth. Maybe that's something about this civilization. They view pregnancy and birth somehow being male dominated. Female dwarfs, we've had one associated with wealth, one associated with jewels. Female dwarf, why are these people's deities all dwarves? We much prefer the ones that are like hoary marmots. Human. Huh. Human god of caverns. Maybe we'll go with that one. Happiness in the weather. Now that's nice. Okay. By Gadan's sunshine. Gadan's great winds. Oh, has created an armor stand, an orthoclase armor stand. He claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor As Dipax. Sounds like a real Dipax. Okay, let's check out this armor stand. Imush Idrath, the Dyke of Treasures, an orthoclase armor stand. Worth 28,000 dwarf dollars. Dwarven value units. This is a orthoclase armor stand. It is, of course, of the highest quality. It is studded with copper, encircled with bands of trillion-cut black pyropes. You might be wondering what trillion-cut black pyropes would look like. Well, this humble dwarf is doing their research. A trillion-cut gem. It's sort of a triangular gem with many facets. And a black pyrope, indeed, is kind of like a rock. It's not clear, so it's like a small triangular opaque stone that's like a dark polished green, and it menaces with blue stone spikes. Woohoo, sun worship. Now we've forgotten her name. Was it Gadan? It's a deity of Ming. Yeah, the woohoo sun worship is a comment from Nightroon. So we shall re-examine the relationships and confirm the name. Indeed, it is Gadan. Gadan, deity of happiness and the weather. Yep, Gadan's sunny rays. Happiness and the weather. And we have a armor stand as noble decor. Indeed, that's an expensive armor stand, so it would be a good idea probably to set it up where it's going to have an impact on our dwarves' happiness. So I'll place it right here in, what was this place called? It's got a fun name. In the fun place. It's the barricaded mushroom of beers. Yeah, so we've placed that in the barricaded mushroom of beers to entertain all the dwarves next to our fine well. And there are so many things to do. We have new animals that have not been pastured yet, so they deserve pastures. These birdies want nest boxes. We're going to expand our indoor animal cavern, and we're going to make it a little bigger. Not too much bigger, but we'll make it that much bigger. And then we'll style it up with some fancy protrusions like that. So now some happy little dwarves are going to come and dig out our animal area. And then we'll redesignate it. We'll add some more nest boxes. We will, oh, what are all those things? Looks like there's a bunch of vermin running around or something. We'll get this place all set to hold our people. Yeah, there's ticks. Oof, we're infested with ticks. Tick, louse, worm. Oof. Okay, where's that lion when you need it? I bet there's no critters down here. He's eating them all. So we're just going to temporarily pasture the lion up there too, to eat all the ticks and lice and whatnot. It's surprising that the pigs wouldn't eat the ticks and lice, but for whatever reason, pigs in the world of Dwarf Fortress don't eat. So we'll remove zones, remove this zone, stop removing zones, place an animal zone, make it a animal pasture, and then we'll call it indoor animals, and we will choose who goes here. So it'll be the pigs, all the birds, all the lice, all the ticks. Now those ones just come on their own. They're not optional. Keet, turtle, guinea cock, not the llama. That one's going to want to be pastured outside. Not the puppy because we let them roam free, and that piglet. What about the lion? The lion too, there. And then out here, we're going to pasture everything that's not already pastured and that needs to graze. So that would be this llama and this calf. We are ready to slaughter that calf. Oh no, it's a calf. Yeah, no, we're not ready. We're going to wait till it grows up. What is this thing? It looks like a wild animal. Oh, it's stray. Overcome by terror. That's slightly worrying. What could be causing our animals to be overcome by terror? Oh, goodness. We're surrounded by giant keas. That is indeed terrifying. Ooh. Is it time to set up a military squad, perhaps? Or we can order the dwarves to run inside. First, we'll check where the keas are. They're going to want to steal our stuff. They're going to harass our dwarves. This one's far away. Okay, we're going to zoom way out so we can see, kind of get an overview of the keas, and we're going to scroll up and down. And there's one. We're at 8 levels above ground level right now. There's another giant kea. There's one on this floor too, somewhere. Scroll all the way out. Somewhere there's a giant kea. Oh, it's on the previous floor. There's one. And there's a peregrine. So it seems that the giant keas are not super close to our dwarves, which is good. They're very high up. We don't want to deal with the giant keas. Yeah. At best, they're going to try to steal stuff. At worst, they could steal the lives of our noble dwarves. We have a cloth bin, a leather bin, a pedestal, and some macadamia nuts. So there's not much still left outside for them to steal. There is room in both our stockpiles right here. Oops. There's room in these stockpiles right here for food and pedestals and such. Let's actually set up a pedestal. We'll set it, this meeting hall is rather crowded. We can set the pedestal by the entrance. That's kind of fun. I'll put it right in front of the lever. Okay, now where's pedestal? It's called display furniture, that's it. Right there, lavender jade pedestal. So that can be brought in as well. All good. All good. As long as the keas don't bother us too much. What was this one? Oh yeah, the raw skin pile. Okay. A Kia stole our stepladder. Oh no. Well, that's not the worst thing. We can make a new stepladder. How do we make stepladders? There it is. And that'll just get put right back into its own little stockpile where it belongs. Yeah, if they only steal stepladders, we're fine. And they don't have any animals or any anvils outside, so it's not like we're going to lose something very important. This one's going to get that U. Yeah, we are scared of the giant keas. And we might as well display our artifact just for fun. It actually makes them more vulnerable to like thieves if you have your artifacts on display, especially when it's right by the door like this. But you know what? We're gonna take that risk. It's a mitten. Who cares? The creator most likely will not go crazy when they lose this mitten. So happy times. At least not too unhappy times. Why don't we have enough doors? We did request the doors, did we not? Let's see. Active. So the rock door, there's 4 being made, or four more being made. Looks like we need 4. Okay, so there's 4 being made and we need 4, so it's all right. Our mason has at least been ordered to do it, even if they're not actually doing it. Actually, it is active, so we're good on doors. It's just taking some time. Wow. Okay, let's perhaps start doing some military. Night Rune asks if this humble dwarf has ever seen the movie The Giant Claw, an old black and white, but an awesome movie. Let us consult the infinite database of knowledge. The Giant Claw movie. What about it? It's from 1957, and it features a creature not unlike the giant Kea. Of course, now that we've seen the creature, it's probably not even worth watching the movie. But I can certainly understand why that would come to mind with all the talk of giant Keas. It's got a rather menacing neck and giant beak. Okay, so now we're going to start. Night Rune imagines giant Keas to be like the monster in that movie. They are horrifying. Gigantic parrots that love nothing better than to steal your items and fly off the map with them. Okay, we need some archery targets. Who makes archery targets? It's possibly the mason. Looks like it's not the mason. Is it the crafts dwarf? Crafts dwarfs make all kinds of insane things. Oh, archery targets are built in place. The sound the monster from the film makes, Night Rune says, will burn into your brain. Cool. It's probably available for free on YouTube or something. Let's see. Archery target. There it is. So we're going to make, say, 4 archery targets. They can be made of almost anything. We almost want to make them out of marble, out of sheer bitterness that we don't have any steel or iron on our map. That's okay. So we'll mine out this to make a way for the archery targets. And then we also have to designate it as a barracks. So let's take down this building here and then we'll move it over to make that our actual barracks down at the bottom. So X remove building. It'd be nice if we had a bunch of extra doors. Let's make some more doors because we can then use them to block things off and make rooms of certain sound. And apparently the giant claw bird sounds like rawr, rawr, or something like that. That sounds like a giant Kea to me. Rawr! I'm gonna take your anvils, except they don't use words, they just take them. Yeah, that was the worst game this humble dwarf ever had. When we started off with a beautiful pile of carefully selected items, and a giant Kea came by and stole our anvil. Then we had to wait for another caravan. The dwarves just abandoned the site. They were like, what? No anvil? I'm not dealing with this. And they all left. Abandoned the fortress to ruin. It wasn't even. And Night Rune says our impression of the giant claw was in fact pretty close. That's amusing. Well, we're going to put up some doors here. We only have one though, so we're going to order some doors as we were planning to do. Okay, so Q, den, door, and then we'll make 10 doors. You never have too many doors, really. They're just useful for so many things. Excellent. We may as well start on our military squad. So delightful fountains. It's actually nice because our delightful fountains are sort of named after Mirrorfountains, which is our fortress. Maybe we'll change them to the deadly fountains. Let's do that. Nitro notes that the sound effect is almost as ubiquitous, the sound effect of the bird that is, almost as ubiquitous as the Wilhelm scream, which we've no doubt heard in Star Wars and other movies. Ah! I don't know, it's kind of like that. So we'll name this squad the Deadly Fountains. We will look at our handy list of dwarves who are trappers, fishers, marks dwarves, and we will create the first military squad. The leader, Zaneg Baumrecker Dim, first marks dwarf. They thought they were a hunter, but instead they're going to be in the military. Actually, they're a ranger. That's pretty appropriate for a bow dwarf. We could actually do this through a dwarf therapist, which would be much easier. So let's just do that. We'll look at the military view. We will allow the fort to proceed while we do it. And let's get them into the military. So military, actually, how do we assign them to squads in Dwarf Therapist? We do not know how to do this. Customization? Nay. Okay, we'll do it through DF. That's fine. So the military squad, Zang, Bongmerkdim, Zesty, Delethism. Right-click on dwarf name, assign to squad, says McBray, very helpfully. Please correct me if I'm wrong in how I say your name, McBray. That's my best guess. This humble dwarf is trying. That is right. Wonderful. And we will continue on by finding our marks dwarves and assigning them all to the squad. The next one is Eshtan Libel Kubuk. Luckily, it's organized alphabetically in this one. So right-click, assign to squad, Deadly Fountains. Beautiful. And then the next one, Cattle Gosmergeshud. Right-click, assign to squad, Deadly Fountains. Who else? Godin, Kangumistem. Under G for Godin. Also joins the squad. And that's all the ones that came with actual Marksdorf skills. That is right, also hit commit, yes. We thank McBray for that additional point. They are not yet in the squad. So we will also assign Cattle Kuletagos, who is a trapper. They can start learning to shoot. Who else? Another trapper, Alath Lilar. And who else? Likot Ingizdusim. This will be the first time we've ever started with a ranger squad. Could be a bad idea. We'll find out. That's enough for now. Enough dwarves into that squad. It's so we commit it. And now we shall check our military. And indeed, the Deadly Fountains is a squad. Now, to give them a uniform. Should they have leather armor? We don't even have leather armor yet, so we're not going to give them armor. We are going to... What are we going to do? We're going to create a new uniform. So we do know how to do that. Vaguely. Equip. Uniforms. Add uniform. We name the uniform as Marksdorf. In fact, we're going to delete these other uniforms because we always like to create our own. Delete, 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 Marksdwarf. So Marksdwarf is going to have the simple uniform of adding a weapon with W, Shift W. The weapon is going to be a crossbow. And in specific, it is going to be a weapon of a certain material, Shift M, a copper crossbow, because we have 10 copper crossbows. In addition to this, they are going to require ammunition, which is on a different button. Deadly Fountains, bolts 250. So 250 would be 25 bolts per dwarf, because it gets divided amongst the squad. We don't actually have bolts. We should probably make some copper bolts. So we'll just leave them with that assignment, and then we'll create a task to make some copper bolts. Forged copper bolts. Those are most likely created at the Metalsmith's Forge, which we sadly only have one due to iron deficiency, but it'll work out in the end. Everything works out in the end. Nitroon asks, are togas from human influence? This humble dwarf is not sure how to respond to that question. Do our dwarves have togas? We're not sure if togas are human. McBray suggests we make the combat bolts metal and the training bolts wood. This is a wise idea. We may as well set that up while we're looking at ammunition. So let's see, Deadly Fountains is our squad. Oh, Hunters. We can remove this. I will leave it. Hunters. So that's true. We can just say metal. It might mean that they don't shoot anything when they're not in combat because we won't have any metal bolts yet, but we're making some metal bolts. So we should also make wooden bolts too. So we will now add an item, bolts, and it will be remove the combat assignment. So bolts there, and we'll set them to material, wood, bolts, wood, 100. There we go. Togas were an option in the uniforms. Interesting. Wonder if we have any togas. That would be body wear or armor or something. Armor, yes. So let's see, we have cloak, 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 dress, 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 robe, 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 robe. We don't have any togas. Do we have a leatherworker shop who can perhaps make togas? Trousers, glove. Yeah, the togas must be some sort of foreign clothing, which makes it doubtful if dwarves could even wear them. But perhaps they can. Now let's also order some wood bolts. New order. Bolts. Wooden bolts. How many should we make? We're going to run through these if our dwarves actually start training, so we'll start with 500. Togas, McBray says, are human clothing, so they're large size. Not much use to a dwarf. Have these been built? Indeed, they have. Okay, so we're going to have to place an item. We have to place a few things here. So we'll start by placing the doors to lock it off. Archery ranges are finicky. Nitroon confirms if it says large, dwarves cannot wear them. So yes, togas are of little use to us. This ain't no dwarven toga party. We're serious. We wear cloaks and shirts and who knows what else. Gadan only knows. So we're going to place an item called a container. And from this, we will designate our barracks. And then we'll set it as the training barracks of our archer squad. And we will also set up every little archery target to be its own separate barracks, something like that. So Control N, archery practice. We will name that archery practice, make it a barracks, make it fill this entire room, assign it to the Deadly Fountains as their training ground. And then, in addition, we go to each one of these. We make it an archery range. We make it bigger. We're actually not sure if there's a benefit to making it bigger. It might just make them miss less and do less. We also note with some concern that our fisher dwarves storing items are being interrupted by a giant kea. That's going to necessitate some attention, but first we'll just get this archery going. Shoot from left to right. That's perfect because that's what works. It's already set to shoot from left to right. So that's all good. So we're just going to make all 4 of these. Oops. Resize room a bit bigger. And then 1 more. And we also assign them all as training for the deadly fountains. So maybe they'll train. Oh, there's 1 more thing we need to do. We need to go to squads and set them to an active schedule. Maybe it's not T. We set them to, we have to make, oh yeah, select them and then set them to an active schedule there. And we might want to give them a break so they don't train the whole year round. So we'll go to the deadly fountains and we'll go to their scheduling. And then we'll say every, say, 6 months, they get a month off. Right now it's Felsite. So we'll go back into the squads scheduling and then where's Felsite? That's the current month. So we'll have them train this month and the next 5 months, and then we'll give them a month off. So we'll set them to cancel order. And then for Slate, the previous month will also cancel, so they get 2 months off. McBray suggests we change the train to train 2 instead of 10. You can train the entire time. Train 2 and 10 minimum. So the suggestion would be then to have not the full squad of 10 dwarves training at any given time. So we can edit the order and change it down to less than 10 dwarves. We do want them to be mostly training all the time. So what we'll do is go with 8 for now. And yeah, we'll try setting them to train every month. Give order. What is this? Oh, yes, O to switch the order. And then we'll minus it down to 8, Shift Enter. And continue to do that for every one. So E edit order, minus minus, Shift Enter. Down, E, minus minus, Shift Enter. Down, E. This could definitely be made into a macro. Shift Enter. E, minus minus, Shift Enter, down. And do the same thing, and do the same thing, and then do something different. Actually, we want to give order here. To train, minus minus, enter, Shift Enter. And we'll play back that little macro a couple more times. Now look at this beauty, all of them. McBray suggests they normally do training 2, then defend burrow 2 on the same order. Now that's an interesting idea. The other 6 dwarves can do whatever, 2 of them on active duty, 2 of them training, 2 of them on active duty. We're going to start with this wacky setup of having 8 dwarves training at any given time. And are they active? They haven't activated yet. There may be one thing that we have not yet done. Night Rune asks, if you induct human into your civ, can they ever marry a dwarf and make half-dwarven babies? That's a great question. That's one we'd have to pose to Toady One and or Zach Adams. That would be cool. We highly doubt that half-breed dwarves are possible. I've never heard of such a thing happening. Half-elves happen in D&D. Active, yeah, go to squads, A, set active. So they are active training, so they should pick up their bows. Oh, there they go. Godin has become a Marksdwarf. Lycott has become a recruit. Marvelous. They're all heading down. This is one of the most rewarding things in Dwarf Fortress, to see them put on their gear and head down to start training. Now, if they would actually start shooting, that would be a real masterpiece, but we can't have everything. So let's see where they were getting disturbed by the keas. Somebody was interrupted. Oh, lots of people were interrupted by giant keas, making charcoal, basically anything that requires them to go outside and get wood or animals or anything you might have outside is being constantly interrupted by gigantic keas out here. Oh no, this is a dwarf who's injured. The worst has happened while we were paying attention to fun things. Their left hand is hurt, their left foot, and their ribs, and their upper body. Okay, upper body and lower body. These are injuries you do not want to see. Let us have a look in our Dwarven. Uh-oh. Okay, we're going to place a bed in the hospital real quick and a chest so that we can have a real hospital. We're going to check our Dwarven health screen. So that's somewhere. It's in some weird place that shows you how healthy all your dwarves are. Did it get snatched up and dropped by the Kia? Nightrune asks, we are going to have to check. This humble dwarf has to click something outside the game. There, it's done. Now, we're back, and first we want to check the health screen. Yeah, okay, we'll check the fight. So, the herbalist. Funnily enough, it doesn't say the Kia is fighting. Could this have been dwarf on dwarf? Nope, it's a Kia. Kia misses, snatches at the herbalist in the right hand with her claw, tearing apart the muscle through the mitten. An artery has been opened, nerve severed. Ooh. The herbalist. What's the herbalist's name? Olan Athabsalab. Hopefully they can work with one hand. If they're an herbalist, they're probably not doing much else. Yeah, they're a level 10 plant gatherer, so they should be fine with one hand, but the problem is more the artery. Grab them by the toe. The herbalist punched the Kia, bruising the fat. The Kia was stunned, twisted its neck, bruised its skin. Felt no terror. This Nightrune comments the herbalist is tough. Indeed. The giant Kia throws the herbalist by the toe with its wing. Giant Kia misses. The herbalist slams into an obstacle. Stands up, attacks the Kia, but she jumps away. The herbalist is no longer stunned. So this fight, for all we know, could not even be over. And there's also this one, Reg Eidolon. So which one is this? This is Reg Eidolon. Where's that herbalist? Let's find Olan, the herbalist. So Olan's fine. Olan's still working. They're inside. But Reg is having some difficulties. Let's check that battle report too. The fishery worker. At least it was only a fishery worker. Nightrune suggests we send out the reinforcements. We may not even have any metal bolts yet. We can check if we have metal bolts. If we don't, then there's... we suppose the dwarves could try to punch the Kia. Ammunition. Oh good, we do, but they're forbidden, so that means they're all outside. We're going to unforbid those. Those are probably lying on the ground somewhere outside where our huntsman shot them. We are going to... Actually, that reminds us we should set our huntsman to use wooden bolts. Let's not bother. But let's check the battle with Reg Eidolon. Nightrune asks if we have a hospital yet. We do have a hospital designated. We have just placed a chest and a bed in the hospital to allow it to function as a hospital. So as soon as that bed gets placed, we can expect somebody will drag this person in. Braze suggests we set the hunters to use wooden, or else they'll fire them all over. Well, wouldn't they fire the wooden ones all over too? In this humble dwarf's experience, wooden bolts against when hunting means lots and lots of bolts being fired without a lot of damage. But we actually don't bother with hunting. We just told all our hunters to stop after they went out and did one very successful hunt before we realized they were even doing it. So they missed each other numerous times. The fishery worker punched it in the wing, bruising the muscle. Kia grabbed it by the shoe. Grabbed him by the shoe. Snatched at him by the upper body, tearing the muscle of the upper body, bruising the left lung through the cloak. That would be the upper body injury. The fishery worker kicked the Kia. The Kia charges, collides. Let's see, what are the highlights? The worker had some successful punches, bruising the kea, tearing its fat. The kea threw the fishery worker. Oh no, the cloth, the cloak and robe and dress were all damaged or destroyed. An artery was opened in the left foot. Okay, this dwarf is in grave danger of dying. Where's the kea? No units nearby. Hopefully it's left by this point. All we see is a stray baby llama. There's a kea. It was quite likely this kea that did that. Nature notes that the fisher is gimped now. This may well be the case. Luckily, we do have some crutches, we think. Crutches. We do not have crutches. Okay, we'll order the construction of crutches at once. Gold crutches. This fisher is going to be blinged out. Hopefully we have a metal crafter. We're pretty sure we do. Okay, the hospital has not been built yet, but the dwarves are scurrying around. It looks like they're not scared to be outside anymore, which means the keas have likely left us alone. There is a bed in the hospital, so hopefully someone will go and gather the wounded. Please go gather the wounded. Somebody have a heart. What's this dwarf doing? Godin the Marks dwarf. Oh, picking up equipment. Oh yes, they're going to get those bolts that we've recently unforbidden. Our only source of metal bolts are the ones that our hunters had laid out. Yes, this fisher will not feel so bad about having a crutch once they become a legendary crutch walker, as their crutch will be made of solid gold. Which we actually have a lot of solid gold. Oh boy, nobody's taking care of the wounded. Is somebody gonna do it? Brew drink, store item. Let's make sure this is actually a hospital. I'm pretty sure it is. It's not. Okay, that explains it. So now it's a hospital. Healing center. Okay, so now somebody should immediately grab the wounded dwarf. And there they go, bringing him to bed. You need to rest. What? They put him in the chest, and somebody else is taking the bed? Oh. This other dwarf must be injured too. Yeah, Olan thought that they needed to rest more than Reg, the one who's actually injured. Okay, clearly we need more beds. So, that's what we'll do. UMQ. Bed. Let's make a little stockpile of extra beds, 3. And resume your work. Looks like a lot of dwarves are going in to check on them. Who's our chief medical dwarf? Let's see. Oh, we don't have one. Okay. Well, one of our recent migrants actually did have some diagnostic skill, Godin. And Godin hasn't been very busy, we don't think. Let's check their dwarf stats. Godin Ervadnanir. Diagnosis. Yeah, glass making. They're set to make glass, which is not something we're doing right now. So Godin Ervadnanir, you are now in charge of healing, at least diagnosis. Let's just make them do it all, because none of our dwarves are skilled at any of those things like surgery or whatever. So we shall go into the dwarf therapist and tell Godin Irvadnanir to everything medical. That includes diagnosis. Oops, they were already on diagnosis. Surgery, setting bones, suturing, dressing wounds. That's it. And commit. Now. Cancels bring crutch. Need crutch. Yeah, we know. So let's see. Is this crutch being made? It's on the list. Okay, it's at the top of the list. And it's being told to be made now. So it's not active yet, though. We're not actually sure if we have anybody set to... Oh, a snatcher. Not sure if we have anybody set to make crutches. Crutches would be metal crafting, we think. So there is a metal crafter. Stodier Gatizasab. They're also a bone carver, a wood burner. They're rather an eclectic dwarf. They're a crafter of all things, including metal. But that might be a blacksmith. We'll just quickly check if crutches, who makes crutches? Metal. At a forge, yes, but with which skill? The wizard is not forthcoming. It's either a metalworker or a blacksmith anyway. That's not a big worry right now. So where's the snatcher? Is it that elf? Let's see, others, hostile. Yeah, an elf. Huh. Well, we rub our little dwarven hands together because that gives the military something to do. Deadly fountains, time to live up to your name. We will select them, we will tell them to attack and kill. Olova Fayobaimimi. This should be exciting. Our dwarves are under-equipped, poorly trained. Our hospital doesn't even have a crutch. So let's see how that goes. First of all, we're going to check out this medium-sized creature dedicated to the ruthless protection of nature. What is this elf going to try to snatch? A child? Hopefully not a child. Her hair is extremely long. She's incredibly skinny, a very high-pitched voice. Her head is somewhat short. Her moss green eyes are slightly rounded. So it's an elf with light hair, extremely long, pale skin, and a skinny little one with a high voice. With luck, she won't be long for this world. We'll just give them a second to make up their minds about going for the target. What are they doing? Going to dodging demonstration. That's not right. Okay, soon they'll be heading out for the kill. Interrupted by elf thief. Oh, the elf thief appears to be scared, overcome by terror, as it should be. Our yak is also overcome by terror. So are the troops on their way? They're going to dodging demonstrations. Oh well, let's see what happens with this elf anyway. It must have thought it could sneak in. It's probably just going to flee off the map. It may be going for our artifact. That's most likely. Yeah, it's gone. That thief won't trouble us anymore. We didn't get to see blood, but at least our dwarves didn't get hurt. Soldier, no reachable valid target. That's right. So we can cancel that order. There will be plenty of other things to kill in the future. And back to your training. Wow, there's so many dwarves now running around, doing all kinds of things. Oh, 3 beds have been completed. That's good. We can place a second bed in there. It's a shame that now that this dwarf is in the hospital, they won't move to the bed. You'd think someone would put them in the bed. They've been lying on the floor. Is the crutch even being made? Somebody's forging a helm. The crutch has been postponed. Maybe someone's just waiting for that task to be done. Construct gold crutch. See, it says do it now, but nobody's doing it now. Perhaps we need a blacksmith. We're going to take a look over at our dwarf therapist and make sure we have a blacksmith. We do have a blacksmith and we do have a metal crafter, so there should be nothing stopping them for making them do the thing. Frosty Mug 950 asks, are we excited for Dwarf Fortress on Steam? Well, there's a level of excitement. The most exciting thing about Dwarf Fortress on Steam is that when it's done, Toady One will be freed up to work on bugs again. Because Dwarf Fortress on Steam has meant Toady One's busy doing other things for years. And that's... So basically, we're not excited for the game itself. We're excited for the effects that it will have. It'll mean that Toady One is freed up again to work on the quote-unquote game itself. And also, it may jazz up some enthusiasm in Dwarf Fortress, which is always good. The more people that are excited for Dwarf Fortress, the better, the happier we can be. Now, let's see if... Is this lion doing its job? Is it hunting the vermin? This room is just loaded with vermin. There's a tick, a thrips, a slug, a snail, a louse, a worm, a slug, a snail, 2 more slugs, 2 more ticks, a tick and 2 more slugs. Holy moly. By Gadon's rays and her violent storms, can she wash away this plague of vermin? The lion does not appear to have any interest in the vermin. That room sounds like steam because it's full of ticks, slugs, and lice. Frosty Mug asks, why don't we use a texture pack? Well, because there's a certain charming character in these little pixelated dwarves. This is our own custom tile set that we've made, and it's got pictures for the things that we feel should have pictures, and the ore that kind of looks cool and ore-like. Well, it still leaves some things up to the imagination. So we've got these cool commas, and we've got our glorious herd of animals outside, which just look at the luscious coat on that llama, the woolly hair on this yak. Can't you just see it? For some of us, these capital letters have more of a sense of life and personality than a little colored portrait of a yak. It makes you use your imagination. You see that Y, you just know it's a large mammalian herbivore with long fur and curving horns. This one's skinny with gray hair, ecru skin. Yeah, there's just something charming about it. The creativity that's required to make something that looks both like a backpack and a human settlement, and the pretty animation of water that just flows along. It's got its own kind of simplistic beauty. So that's why we like the basic look with no texture pack. Basically, we feel like it's got more character. It makes us focus on the game and the story. Night Rune affirms this game is awesome. That is so true. For all its horrible problems, it's got so much great stuff in it. Oh, 2 of our dwarves are praying to Nigala Grasping Ward, the beautiful cave fish deity of laws and order. Well done, Melbill and Suglar. Wow, these dwarves have been working hard today. They've been going for nearly 3.5 hours, non-stop. It may be time for their overseer to take just a little break. There. We hope everybody is good and hydrated and ready for some more Dwarf Fortress action. What should we do? What should we do? We have dwarves who are perhaps less active than they could be. We had a migrant wave that never really got sorted out. Some of them are still doing whatever they felt like doing. Like these ones who are meditating. Our soap master is somewhat idle. Our armorer isn't working. This one's cleaning. That's a rare job to see. Some of them are praying. Performer's making yet another animal trap, which is kind of cool. But we'll just let them go along. But let's see, what do we really want to advance this fortress further? Probably we should get our miners at mining, because it looks like all their prospecting has more or less stalled. Well, that's one term for it. Stalled, or they've completed their work. So how about we mine out some ore that we've found, such as this gold. We may not need any more copper, but we can get all the gold. We can make some golden crafts and things like that. Indeed. There's some blue stuff up here. cobaltite. We're pretty sure that's copper or something like that. It's not iron at any rate. It's not hematite, magnetite, or limonite, which we've come to memorize very well which ones are the actual iron. Not malachite. So let's do some regular designation of designating all level 5 priority. And we'll just dig down even deeper because dwarves, who ever heard of dwarves delving too deep? That's not a thing, right? Make sure you're greedy when you delve too. Just don't be too greedily. Okay, well, we're getting some beautiful little arms off of our mining area here. We're gonna make them dig another floor just to get started with it. Doesn't line up, but that's okay. We're not perfectionists here. So it lines up in a way there. And we'll just leave this as a beginning so they don't mine 2 floors at once, because we learned from our past experience that mining 2 floors at once makes the dwarves very confused. What is all this? Leaves falling? Looks like smoke. Cherry flowers. Oh, it's the cherry blossoms drifting down from the trees. How beautiful. All these wonderful little bits of things that look like smoke. You can just imagine the pink petals drifting in waves like Gadan's own sunshine rays. Ah, it's a wonderful sight. Oh, somebody actually shot an arrow. Wow. Normally it's hard to get them to shoot, but this little strange little graphic here, it's a broken arrow, which means that someone at some time fired a shot in training. And that's just heartwarming to see. So what else can we do? We could set up a clothier. We could set up a spinner. We could get our soaping going more. We could definitely produce some more ash. We seem to have plenty of fat stored up, 9 and 9, so we can use that to make soap. Where do we should create a soap stockpile because we don't have one yet. So we'll make this our soap stockpile, a bar block stockpile. And we'll call it soap pile for clarity. And we'll go into here and make it soap only, block all, other materials, soap. Okay, so now whatever soap we have, let's check how much we have. Whatever soap we have will go into that pile. It's under bars, so we don't have any. Okay, we haven't successfully made soap yet. We do have a standing order to make soap. Now what is that missing? Let us see. Add new task, make soap from tallow. It's missing tallow, soap matte producing glob. The problem must be that we haven't rendered the fat. So let's try to render the fat. So the task is there. It's perhaps not happening just because we have only one kitchen and we have this dwarf furiously preparing meals. As you can see, we have 380 other in our food stores, other being prepared meals. So that dwarf has been working, not to say overtime, but they've been working like a proper dwarf, and they've created a good pile of meals, but we need somebody to basically just render fat. So we're going to make a second kitchen. We're going to assign this kitchen to this dwarf, which we can do with a workshop profile. So this dwarf's name is Bemble Degil Storlet, and we're going to go workshop profile, Bemble Degil Storlet. There you are. Now only that dwarf can use this one. And then we're going to make a second kitchen. Make this priority 2 as we dig it out to get it quick, get it soon. Okay, so we'll have a dwarf come and dig this out. Oh, the gold crutches have been made finally. So that poor dwarf who was injured in combat, run or roll or something. Reg there. Let's see how Reg's doing. Do they have a crutch? They do, a gold crutch in their left hand. That's just a little heartwarming thing. You know you get treated well in Mirrorfountains. You get your foot mangled by a giant kea, you're going to get a golden crutch to carry around to make you feel a little better about it. Okay, now we're ready to build the second kitchen. So kitchen is E, nope, okay, nope, N, nope. Okay, no more guessing. Kitchen is Z. Enter microcline kitchen. So the second kitchen, what we need to do is go into the actual order and do an attached shop. So prepare lavish meal will be no linked shop. So what we want to do is set the linked shop. Details maybe? No. Not priority, not conditions. Maximum workshops. 1 shop max. That's not what we needed to do. Perhaps we do it through the shop, the workshop itself. So we go to the kitchen, workshop profile, work orders, aha. So now we do this. Prepare lavish meal, unlimited. Now this shop, or this kitchen, is the meal preparation kitchen. And we can go into the general one. See, there's that. We can get rid of this one that's not attached to a kitchen. So now all the meals will be prepared at one kitchen. And since we're going to do that, let's give it a name, which will be, oops, what are we doing? Escape done. Okay, we are naming it. So we're going to call this we'll call this the food kitchen, or meal prep kitchen. There. And then we'll have a second kitchen down here that's going to be the fat rendering kitchen. And we're going to check our dwarf therapist quickly to see if we have 2 cooks. And if we don't, we'll assign in a second cook. We're pretty sure we only have 1. That's right. So we'll take one of our new dwarves, one who's not in the military. This may actually be a bit of a challenge to determine, but we can cross-reference the 2 lists. So we've got fishers, we've got peasants. Let's look at somebody near the bottom of the list. Urvad, Bucket Moral. They're probably not doing anything else. They're not in a squad. Okay, so Urvad, Bucket Moral will be our new fat renderer. They're now a cook. We're committing the change from Dwarf Therapist over into Dwarf Fortress. So now Urvad Bucket Moral should have something to do. Where are you, Urvad? Bucket Moral. They're there. Fisher Dwarf sleeping. So as soon as this dwarf finishes sleeping, there's a pretty high chance that they will go and begin rendering fat. Although we actually may need to set a task to render fat. So we'll do that. We'll go over to this kitchen, the new kitchen. Oh, it's already built. Okay. The other kitchen must have, or the other dwarf must have done it. So this will be called Fat Rendering Kitchen. Kitchn. That's how you spell kitchen. Okay, so render fat, indeed. We're going to go to workshop profile, work orders, new order, render fat, perpetual, and we're going to set it to have a condition of having at least 10. Can they render 1? We're going to try it with 1. And if that gives us message spam saying we cannot render with just 1, then we won't tell them to do that anymore. We'll tell them to render it with perhaps more than 1, like 10 or 9 or something. So that's set on this shop, and that means we can now remove that order overall. Render fat, not that one, but the generic render fat, there, remove. Okay, so now we've got a fat rendering kitchen and a cooking kitchen, and they should follow that distinction and only render at the right kitchen. We're just going to check out our military, see what they're doing. Crossbow demonstration. Huh, cool. How good are they now? Adequate Merksdorf, dabbling Merksdorf. So they're at least dabbling. That'll come in handy when the goblins come. Oh, they're shooting. They're shooting. This is a miracle. Whoa. He's shooting at the target. That's so cool. We don't want to interrupt them just in case they stop. Archery practice. Kettle. This one's a dabbling Mark's Dwarf. Amazing. How many of our wood bolts have been made? Let's check the work order. Where did those wood bolts go? Right here. 498 out of 500. Does that mean 498 have been made, or are there 498 left? We shall see. If it soon says the order's been completed, then we'll know that it's done. If it does not, then we'll know that it still has 498 left to go. That seems more likely because we only have one craftsdwarf, and they're making crafts, so don't even know if we had a wood one. McBray tells us 498 out of 500 equals 2 batches of 25 wooden bolts. Would that be the ones that have been made already? We suppose it would. Okay, that's confirmed to be accurate. So 500 is excessive. We can say that. And we note that we're running low on wood supply. 500 batches of 25 bolts is what McBray lets us know we did order the dwarves to do. Clearly that's more than we need, but at this moment, perhaps it's okay to let them make 500 batches of bolts. So we're going to chop down some trees because our appetite for wood is growing immensely. We need all the bolts. McBray notes what that really does with this order of 500 bolts is tell the dwarves to just continue making bolts for a while, like a while. That was our own interpretation, the second like a while. Okay, so what else do we want to do? There's really everything's just going along. We could make clothes. Actually, we should make clothes. We should try to make some thread and clothes and other things like that. We should make a nicer office for our bookkeeper because they are currently just using a chair in the meeting hall. We're going to ask the bookkeeper to keep more accurate records. You're doing well. Now do even better, but we're not going to give you a better office. Okay. Bray says they like to use workflow for this. Workflow, would that be within Dwarf Fortress? Is that something like work orders? This humble dwarf has never used a workflow. Aha, we've got a stray bull. Is the butcher shop brimming with items? Let us see. It's brimming with horns and hoofs. Okay, our horn and hoof pile's a little, shall we say, full. So we may need to either increase the size of our horn and hoof pile, or else what? Make more bone things. So we'll make a second craftsdwarf's workshop up here. And then McBray mentions that if you start an order in a craft shop, hit R for repeat, then Alt W, you can set up constraints. Let us see if that is indeed DF hack. So we go to the craft workshop, we shift P for a workshop profile. We go to work orders, we create a work order, which we'll do for bolts. We'll do bone bolts for this one. Perpetual order, and Alt W, you can set up constraints. So we can use C in vanilla Dwarf Fortress to set conditions. We can set order conditions, and this humble dwarf does not know what that means. It's something like, oh yes, so once they do one job, then they'll do another job. But yeah, that's perhaps not the most advanced thing available with all the tools that Dwarf Fortress players can use if they use all the tools available. It does appear that the fat is being rendered down here at the fat rendering kitchen, which is just great to see. Fat rendering means maybe we'll start making soap soon Ashery. Soap is not being made yet, but it is available. So that is just great. And quite likely one of our soapers, if we have a soaper, will go and start doing that. Let's see how much we have in our bars of charcoal. 100 charcoal. That's a good amount. 350 copper bars. We're starting to think we should just trade copper bars away to the elves or something. Just say, here, take our bars. We can't use them all. We got too many bars. Those two humans are still here. We're not sure if they're the same humans. We told them to go away a long time ago. There's a human bard, and there's a V next. A leather worker, there's a human poet. Yeah, they've been here since a long time ago, when our beautiful, popular tavern was open to guests. The tavern has not been open to guests for a long time. The fun place, we call it. As we can see, when we look at the details, it's citizens and long-term residents only. And yet, those two humans have not left. So McBray mentions, if you use workflow, you can tell the dwarves to always make sure there are any number of bolts, for example, 150 to 250. And then if our supplies drop below that number, the dwarves will go and make them. That would be handy. Now let us see who is simulating a Danman. If Moldath is simulating a Danman, we should make Moldath a Danman. So let's first make another Craft Dwarfs workshop. Since we're growing as a fortress, we're getting to the point where we can actually sustain multiple Craft Dwarfs workshops. And we'll look at the Craft Dwarf workshop we already have, and we're going to check out what's a Danman. Where is it? Right here. Large handheld percussion instrument. A drum. A stone drum with a leather head. A 1-octave range. Tuning is accomplished by adjusting the tension of the head, I must say. So it's kind of like a stone timpani with a leather head that the dwarf they strike it with their hand. So it's like a timpani, but instead of playing it with a big mallet, you play it with your hands, and it can be adjusted to play different notes. So this dwarf simulating a Danman is basically playing air drums, or air drum, on one large drum. And if we get a real Danman, he will make Danman music for us. We should be able to do that right here by making the instrument piece out of stone. Danman drum, yes, and then we also can go to our leather shop and make a Danman head. Construct instrument part. Danman head, there it is. And if those two parts are ever both not in a box at the same time, a box that's being accessed, then our dwarves will actually know that they exist, and we will be allowed to assemble them into a Danman, and then Moldath can have his Danman. And all the dwarves will be happy and peaceful listening to the beautiful drumming music. Wow. How many dwarves are inactive right now? Let's see. There's one praying. This one has no job. Seagun, Gidthar, Rimtar. What are they assigned to do? Mining. What are they doing with no job? Maybe there's nothing to mine. Let us see. We have a lot of miners, so it's not unlikely that they will have mined everything we've explored already. And indeed, that is the case. We've mined everything we've told them to mine, so the miners need work. We just keep mining deeper and deeper, hoping against hope that we'll find some magnetite, or limonite, or the other one, hematite, which is red. And then we'll have iron, and we'll make steel. We'll be happy forever. But we actually should consider smelting some bronze, because we have all the materials for bronze. And bronze is, it's what, it's what was used before steel became a thing back in the day. Oh, we don't have what it takes to make bronze. What does it take to make bronze, you might be wondering? Well, let us consult the wizard. Bronze is an alloy of tin and copper. So if we had found tin, we may indeed have already found tin. Is sphalerite tin? You ask. Sphalerite is zinc, but we can also ponder what is an ore of tin, and the answer to that is cassiterite. Only cassiterite. Did we have any cassiterite? Apparently not. No. Oops. So we'll just tell our dwarves to smelt everything. Just smelt it all. Smelt all the ores. Platinum, you really can't go wrong smelting all the ores, because there's no quality or skill involved in smelting ore. It's not like mining, where better miners perhaps will find more when they mine. Smelting ores, you just kind of smelt away, and it's all good. Put the newbie smelters on there, and a newbie smelter will smelt just as many bars as a good smelter. Just as many bars as a legendary. Then down to the next level, and we shall just mine all the ore that's been revealed, so that in fact we can just mine all the ore and gems like so. That's the easier, quicker way to do it. So we'll do that. Mine all the ore and gems. And all the ore and gems. Oh, some of those, it looks like ore, but it's not. Phyllite, no, cobaltite. Oh, interesting. Cobaltite has the look of ore, but is not ore. And now we will auto mine ore and gems on this floor too. And the dwarves will be very busy, at least the miners will. Oh, but we don't want to mine right here. We want to keep our stairs intact. Even if they have gems attached to them, we'd rather have proper stairs than get those last couple gems. Just to be relatively safe. In fact, it would be wise to begin installing doors, sort of a fail-safe, in case something nasty decides to come up from the caverns. We can place all the doors in the way, and then we have quite a few doors. We made some safety doors, so this is what we'll use them for. Blocking off our lower levels. And then we'll be somewhat more safe. We'll order a bunch more doors. Q, wooden door. So how many doors should we make? We're going to need a lot of doors, but they also take up a lot of space in the stockpiles, so we'll start with 15. And that's good, and then we'll just kind of mine down and down. And let's go down to another floor. This would be the deepest this humble dwarf has ever mined in the world of Dwarf Fortress. And to be quite honest, there is a fear of what we'll find down there, especially because we don't even have steel, don't even have iron weapons. That's what we're looking for. You try to get iron, you take the risk, and you hope that you find the iron before you find the whatever, the forgotten beast. We've heard rumors that strange creatures roam in the caverns. Creatures never seen on land. Massive things with 4 legs, long necks, many of them with a swinging trunk. McBray suggests that we will learn over time to dig deep and fast to get to the magma. This is understandable, because magma removes all the hassle of getting your wood and burning it. Is this limonite? It can't be limonite, because limonite wouldn't come out yellow, would it? Oh, it's gold. Yeah, we would have noticed if there was limonite. Magma forges and smelters, McBray says, are great, and we would have to agree. They're beautiful. It's like being over the water, except the water is really hot and can melt your metals for you. But it's also scary because sometimes magma crabs will come out and other creatures, and you don't want to deal with them. But you have to deal with them. And maybe they'll even decrease the population a little bit, that can be helpful too. So this humble dwarf has a question. Where would you place your magma smelters? Do you leave them down, magma smelters and forges? Do you leave them down deep underground and have the dwarves scurry down there and do their smelting and then scurry back up and then scurry back down and do the mining? Or do you channel and use some sort of magma safe pumps to bring it up? You leave them down there. Too much effort to pump the magma up, says McBray. It does seem hard to pump up the magma. It requires power, mechanisms, many pumps, a stack of them, you might say. You have struck yet more tetrahedrite. Microcline. You've created enough animal traps. Created some masterpiece doors. But no iron. Well, we'll keep looking. Meanwhile, we should consider getting our dwarves to actually train in other military skills. What would be the best metal we can make? We can't make bronze. We have gold, silver, copper, nickel, zinc, platinum, lead, and charcoal coal. So McBray would say they've done quite a few that are dig in, build a depot, have a stockpile for trade goods, and build the entire fortress down by the magma, down 100 levels. That's pretty deep. This dwarf has never been so deep. But someday we will, perhaps even this day. Not this day, literally, but this fort. We shall reach to the depths. We shall find something better than mere garnierite. Oh, migrants. Hello. The number on your right side of screen is the level you're on, McBray says. So we are... What level are we on? Oh, that's a 1 at the top. Okay, no it isn't. 137 at the bottom, I see. So that would mean we're 15 levels below and 134 above the bottom. And the magma is down at level 20. Very deep. Yes. Some would say too deep. Some would say just deep enough. Yes, so if we look at this thing on the right, now we're in the sky, in the blue zone. We're here, we enter the dirt. Oh, so if we, interesting. So if we go over the mountain top, it's dirt up to a higher level, seemingly. Yes, because it says we're at the dirt level. And then now we're deep under the mountaintop. But if we go over here, then the elevation guide on the far right side will show that we're in a blue space because we're now in the sky. This humble dwarf has learned something today. We always assumed that was an absolute sort of height, but in fact it's relative to where the dirt is. McBray mentions they have read Tolkien and indeed understands how dwarves are supposed to work. Yes. We've been paraphrasing the quote from the first Lord of the Rings film about the Balrog and what happened to Moria. And frankly, we're scared that it'll happen to us, but we know what's down there. We know what's down there, but that does not make it any less scary. Some migrants have arrived. Okay, let's see what we got. This is a happy occasion. No Balrogs coming today. The new dwarves, what are they? Mincot, Rist monam. Stone crafter. This is an interesting one because they can make our stone crafts. We don't typically do much of that, but if we did, this one's an adequate cook. That's not a especially useful profession. Alath, Regulin, Glove High. Oh, and somebody brought a rooster. A bunny. R for rabbit. Bunny for baby rabbit. And also a cavy pup, aka a guinea pig. And now we have another dwarf. A fisher dwarf. At least this one has some useful skills of being an herbalist. We do like herbalists. Delair Ablel Batan. We will have to tell all the fishers to stop fishing so that they don't kill all the fish. This one is an animal trainer, a rarely used profession. Iron Rutod. Iton Rutod, sorry. We're seeing iron everywhere except in our game. Oh no, that's a fortunate name. Lord Bamarith, a brewer. Brewer is a useful profession. Unlike animal trainer. The next is another brewer. Oh, an herbalist. We are overflowing with herbalists. Cog Zaskosmer. We can assign a huge area to be cleared of items. And then our many herbalists can clear it. Minkot Let Mossy Gun. The clothier. This one's talented. They're also a competent miller, which is unlikely to come in handy, but could if we bother to do any milling. This one we almost mistook for a child, but it's not a child, it's the brighter shade of red that represents a professional peasant, also known as a siege operator. Do they have any useful skills? Swimmer. Where does it say siege operator? Oh, it's a combat skill. Very good. We won't be making use of that. We have another yak. That's handy. That will add to our yak breeding operation. A llama. That will be good for, well, to harvest it for meat. Perhaps shear it once before we harvest it. Nish Othil Konos. A glorious peasant. They can be anything. An Eter Nelaskubok. This one fancies themselves a glassmaker, but they are also able to do herbalism and dissect fish, which we won't use. But herbalism, we have enough herbalists. They can all kind of compete for that job. We've gained another keat, which will go with our collection. They appear to have brought some vermin with them. A worm and a louse, so don't track that into the fortress. There's a peasant, another one. This one's named Aerith Lacadlor. And who else will join the migrant train? Oh, it's a nice short one today. We had 25 in our previous wave, so this time we've got a modest 5, 11. A modest 11. Someone's petitioning. They want a guild hall. The Hall of Woods, a farmer guild. These guilds can be troublesome, but we will satisfy their request. So the Hall of Woods wants a farmer guild. We have to take notes so we remember to do this. It has been approved. What we will do to make a farmer guild is essentially just give them a small room. In fact, this room is a good place for it. And put a single weapon trap in it. And then the farmers will feel honored to have such a valuable weapon trap in their guild. And they'll love us forever. And then they can go and do demonstrations. I'm just going to make this smaller. It appears that there's no more dirt beyond this area, so that's potentially a good place for the guild hall because it's not wasting any farmland. So let's designate a meeting hall as we were just doing, but we'll make it a bit smaller. Place it right there, make it 3x3, 4x3. We'll make it 3x3. Because we do not think we have that many farmers. Meeting area assigned, add location, craft guild hall. It's a farmer guild, so we designate a farmer guild. We can actually scroll through and see when it pops up with an established guild, which it did right there, farmer hall. The Hall of Woods, 10 members, perhaps 9 squares is not quite big enough. We'll make it a bit bigger. So go back to zone designation. We'll remove the zone. We will stop removing zones, place a bigger zone, make it 4x4. A 16 square guild. So farmer guild, we shall temporarily call it. This name may be overwritten by the official name. We make it a meeting area, assign a location, G for guild. Nope, we make add location and then press G for guild. Then we scroll down, farmer hall. There it is. The Earthen Owl, not a bad name, but it needs a little more clarification. So what should we call it? The Earthen Owl of farming? Is there such a word? There is. Wonderful. Earthen Owl of farming. That's the farmer guild. And all it needs now is a really fancy weapon trap, for which we will create a couple of copper spiked balls and or serrated discs. Spiked copper ball. Let's just do 3. That might be more than enough. And then we will do a similar thing. Copper large serrated copper disc. 3 of those as well. Once those are all ready, they can go into that weapon trap. We must have a lot of copper helmets by this time. We've been making them all along. Headwear. 16. Okay, that's not too many. We traded away about 20 to the elves. That's what our fort specializes in, copper helmets. We could make some gold armor, some platinum armor, just to show off. Looks like they're not done mining down here. Eventually we can mine to the caverns and then start getting underground trees. And with those underground trees we can do some other stuff. McBray asks if we found galena. This humble dwarf would have to say we did. Let's see, yes, they're smelting galena at this moment. What is galena? We did check this before but forgot. Lead and silver. Indeed. What could be the value of lead and silver? Silver's good for, indeed, maces and such. Okay, that's a good idea. They won't protect our dwarves, but at least they can arm them. We may as well do some silver maces while we're constructing weapons and such. So we hit Q, we say, bring me a silver mace. In fact, bring me 10. And those will deal with any undead that should happen to pop up. Hopefully there won't be any undead, but our hopes rarely come to fruition in this game. In this cruel world, well, let's see, is there anything else we can grow? It seems there's not a lot of biodiversity in this area. We've got our asparagus, rhubarbs, purple amaranths, celery, which has run out. We don't have strawberries growing yet, though. So we'll start to grow some strawberries. All seasons. In the greenhouse. There they are. This shall be named strawberry plants. Oddly, silver maces and hammers, McBray says, are deadliest against humanoids. Good for pulping heads, smashing body parts. Warhammers are best for penetrating armor with their smaller hit area. Maces are best for destroying the undead. The lead is really only good for crafts, says McBray. We might want to consider making some metal crafts, but our poor little anvil is just overworked with just one anvil and no iron or, adamantine to make another anvil. We can't do a whole lot. Each lead craft, they say, is worth 100. That could be interesting. We're not sure how that compares with other types of crafts, but it sounds good. Now we're going to build our nest boxes because we have constructed them a long time ago but not built them. And we have animals just waiting to lay eggs. There are 3 more nest boxes to be placed. Wood crafts, McBray says, are worth about 50. Lead is double that. We would imagine gold and platinum are a bit more. And we think steel is on par with platinum. Ashery, make soap from tallow. See, this order is on. There is marble. Lion buckets is the name of the stockpile. There is no lye at the moment, but there is tallow. So it would seem that what we're missing for soap would be lye. Let us see. Make soap from tallow. It's apparently doable, meaning we have all the ingredients we need. Soaping. Do we have a soaper? We do not have a soaper. Oh, we do have a soaper. Eschan Regothner. That's our carpenter. That's a carpenter. Not our main carpenter. So perhaps Eschan would go and do some soap. Let's see what Eschan Regothner's up to right now. Now we have to find them. Oh, they're there. The soap master. They're sleeping. We're going to make them not a carpenter anymore. They were most likely made a carpenter as a sort of desperation measure at one point. But their true expertise is in soap, hence the title of soap master. What would this be? Copper crossbow. Okay. There are numerous copper crossbows lying around. There are several copper animal traps with animals in them. Some with animals in them anyway. Tame rat. We actually should tame all the animals we've caught in our animal traps. That one's tame. That's tame. These ones are empty. They would be flashing if they were not empty. Mountain goat leather, Danma. McBray mentions that oddly a copper crossbow is also a two-handed copper hammer. We've heard of this phenomenon where dwarves will swing a crossbow like a hammer. It's strange. It's hard to imagine. Did they strike the enemy with the butt of the crossbow, or do they wield the butt and strike the enemy with the rounded part at the top of the crossbow? They use it as a hammer, so. But I suppose we could check the contact area. And McBray says they butt stroke it. Okay, I suppose that would involve holding the crossbow around the shooty end and smacking them with the buttstock end. Makes perfect sense if you're a dwarf. Oh, there go the nest boxes running up to place them. So our chickens and geese that have just been waiting to lay eggs this whole time can do so. We should probably tame any small animals that we can. and capture live land animals. You can do that from the butcher shop. We'll just do that as much as we can. Again, it'll probably start giving us messages about hamsters gnawing out of wooden cages, but needs tameable small creature item. So we don't have any animals to tame at the moment. Bray says a crossbow dwarf will only use a shield at a distance. In melee, the crossbow is two-handed. That's interesting. This humble dwarf had always imagined them wielding it with one hand, but that's unreasonable, we'd have to suppose, given that the crossbow is a fairly large item. It would be difficult to swing with one hand. So we were going to check something in our stocks, but we forgot what it was. Oh yes, the trap components, to see if it's time to make the Farmers Guild up to snuff. Trap components, there are 2. What is the value of each of those? It's high, but is it enough to make the guild satisfied? We can wait for a few more. Live hamster has gnawed its way out of confinement. Where is this? Zed. Oh yes, they were going to catch live hamsters in the wild. Maybe there's a standing order. There's a standing order not to harvest dead vermin from outside. Is there one not to harvest live vermin from outside? We don't. See, there's ignore refuse from outside. But there's nothing about not catching vermin outside. So what we could do if we were wanting to be careful would be to set up a burrow that covers only the inside of the fort and have that be our animal trapping burrow. In fact, let's do that. And then our animal trapper can be hopefully set to only trap animals in this burrow. We're actually not sure if this works, but we're going to try it. So let's see, add new burrow. Oh, we already got 2 burrows. Delete it. Is there no way to name the burrow? And I see, define the burrow, name burrow, animal or vermin trapping. We can set the symbol in color for some reason. Anyway, we are going to draw this burrow. Start rectangle. Burrow begins inside. It really only needs to cover the stockpiles. So we will make it cover all the stockpiles, especially the seeds and the food. These are the important areas. So we cover the food and cover the seeds. We'll cover this area. And then we'll go down to the below level and we'll cover all of this also. And we may as well allow for future expansion out to there. Now, this is called the vermin trapping burrow, but will it actually work as a vermin trapping burrow? We don't know. McBray has shared with us a story of a early encounter with a cave crocodile. Not just any cave crocodile, this one had a name, which means it had already slaughtered or devoured several dwarves, or who knows, little underground creatures that live down there. There are no weapons. The crocodile was knocked out, and the dwarves have been punching it. Well, the cave crocodile is unconscious for 2 seasons already. Wow. We suppose that the repeated blows to the head would keep it unconscious. But take a while to kill it. In that case, a silver mace would come in handy if the dwarfs actually had weapons. Now, how do we make a burrow apply to one specific civilian? It's something to do with military. It's the dwarves in the cave crocodile story have to keep swapping around to go get water and food. They run down to the caverns, beat the ever-loving snot out of this cave crocodile for a month, run out of rations, run back upstairs and get replaced by another squad. Quickly, before it wakes up. I don't want that crocodile to become unstunned and eat all your dwarves. Get itself another nickname. So we go over to alerts. Civilian alert. Set civilian alert. We're not sure if this is the right way to do it. Okay, we're not going to bother with the vermin burrow for today's session. But for the next session, we will research how to do a proper vermin burrow, if it is even possible. We think it is. Eventually, McBray's cave crocodile died. Everyone gained levels of discipline. Live hamster is not its way out of confinement. Well, that's okay. Is the soaper soaping? Please be soaping. Oh, they have done something. They've run out of lye. That's promising. So we're going to add a few more lye making tasks. And we can only hope that the lye will come from here, go into this place, which takes from it, and has no barrels. And then we'll actually have lye and maybe make some soap. Oh, we made some soap. Hooray! There is soap. The owl is happy. It didn't show up on the stream. At least there's this chain of emotes at the bottom. Yes, we have our first soap. Another hamster broke out. How hilarious. And that same dwarf just keeps recapturing the same hamster, and then it breaks out. Okay, we're not going to bother trapping animals anymore until we at least have the burrow to only trap them inside, and get rid of those wooden traps, which are just a joke. A constant, hilarious joke. Okay, so trapping animal is not set as a work order, but it's set on this place. So we'll just cancel that task. We can try to tame some small animals if there are any. It will do it. Cancels make lye need ash. That's reasonable. So what we're going to do is create an order to make some lye. Make 3 lye. We'll set another order to make some ash. Not ash glaze, but ash. 3 ash. Seeing that screen reminds us that pottery is a thing. We could be doing some pottering. Making some pottery. Pottery is good because you can get infinite clay from a single clay tile and just make loads of pots with it. And then you don't have to use wood for barrels. You can just use pots. But we're not going to do that right now. In fact, it is getting to be the time for this humble dwarf to rest and relax in real life. We think we've made a decent progress today. Our population has grown. Our stockpiles have grown almost unmanageable. We've got a few dwarves training. They even fired some bolts, which was quite impressive. We've discovered that there's no iron anywhere in our world, it would seem. And who knows what else we've accomplished. We've started a soap industry, kinda. We've chased off an elf that came to try to steal our artifact. We've produced 2 artifacts, a mitten and an armor stand, proudly on display. Perhaps that's a good way to end this session. We haven't taken a proper look at that armor stand, have we? Oh yes, we have. But anyway, we'll take another look at it. Ah, Imushidrath, the Dyke of Treasures. It's worth a lot. It's got gems on it. It's got stone spikes. Any elf would want to steal that. So this is where we'll leave it as far as the fortress goes. Dwarves scurrying back and forth. Drink lost or destroyed. No animals to milk. Lots of eggs. It's quite amazing how much can happen in a dwarf fortress. So we'll just make a mechanism and leave it at that. Save the game and then jump into the object testing arena for a bit of silliness. Oh yes, what should we see in the object testing arena? We had a fun one yesterday with an undead dragon. Not just any undead, it was some kind of night creature. It killed countless other dragons, giant polar bears, giant elephants. It would just raise its dragony hand at them, and they would grimace and do nothing. That was perhaps overkill. We learned that 25 beavers are a match for almost anything. There's not much 25 beavers can't destroy. Maybe we should do that. Anybody want to place a bet? 25 beavers versus a giant elephant? I need to record a macro for this. So we'll say create. We'll go, oh, the beavers should be skilled. Let's make them good fighters. All the animals in this world are good fighters. So that might affect your odds. So we're gonna record placing a beaver, moving down, going back into creature creation. Then we're gonna place several more beavers. Oh no, these are independent beavers. Okay, this is gonna be a bloodbath. We should have put them on a team. So we're gonna just let these beavers rip each other to shreds, and then we'll do some real combat. Yeah, there they go. Oh, the carnage. Will the last beaver bleed out, or will it just survive unscathed? Let's ready it for slaughter, just as a joke. This beaver's tired, but it's not too badly injured. The last one standing. Beaver battle royale. Okay. Oof. Yeah, this humble dwarf is tired. Let's just create some more beavers. How many beavers? Oh, these are still independent. Goodness. Okay. So 4 independents, and then we'll do like 10 or so beavers. And then against the beavers, we'll do some giant keas. Let's have an epic battle of beavers against giant keas. So these will be on side 1. We'll go to filter name. Oops. F filter name, giant kea. So there it is. Okay, there's 1. And then we'll do like several more giant keas. 4. We don't know if this is a fair fight. It's probably not. It's carnage. That's for sure. Looks like the keas are losing. Keas have been immobilized. They're bleeding. They're red. Team Beaver. This kea is not dead yet. It's unconscious though, and exhausted, and it's injured in many places. Which kea is this? Giant Kea 2. Let's see what's happening with Giant Kea 2. It's being shaken around by the head. That always happens with beavers. They're always shaking things around by the head. It's been vomiting for a while. Even on page 1, it was shaken around by the head. How can that be? Don't the beavers have to latch on first? Let's see what Beaver 15 was up to, because that's the one that was fighting this giant kea. Beaver 15 is fighting. Page 1. Oh, it started by shaking it around. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll give them a stronger foe. These beavers are probably going to be no match for... Let's see, what will they be no match for? Let's do a Bronze Colossus. Okay, couple of wounded beavers versus a bronze colossus. It needs a stop attack. Oh, if you were watching that one beaver just, oh, another one just got skidded across the ground. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was effortless. Let's see. It's propelled away by the force of the blow. Beaver 25. Yeah, Beaver 24 was also propelled away by the force of the blow. Okay, what should we put against a bronze colossus? How about another bronze colossus? We'll end it with a colossus versus a colossus. So this one's on team 1. It's utterly uninjured. So we're going to add another bronze colossus and put it on team independent. It makes it easier to differentiate them in the combat log. So clash of the literal titans, well, almost titans. Bronze colossus versus bronze colossus. Let's see what happens. They smack each other away. There's a, oh, something fell off one. His left hand, bronze colossus 2 lost its left hand. And they're beating each other. They're both yellow. What does that mean? Are they tired? Wounded? They don't get tired. We're pretty sure. This one's blue. What does that mean? The blue outline. It's missing its entire right hand. Oh no, it's missing. Okay, it's missing its entire hand from the wrist. This one's missing both hands and its nose. Who knew bronze colossi have noses? Let's get them back in the fight. What is this blue stuff? Water. Where's the water coming from? Do they bleed water? There's a task on that right foot. What task could there be? Wow, this is... Oh, one of them has fallen, leaving behind a tasteful statue of nautiluses by an unknown artisan. It's a masterfully designed image of nautiluses in bronze. Let's check out the combat report. So the victor was Bronze Colossus 1. Let's look at it from their perspective. 11 pages of combat. Some of it was with beavers, but here we have Bronze Colossus. They grabbed each other, they punched each other. They have muscle. Because it mentioned that the muscle was being injured. They're made of metal, but they have muscle. Injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened. So apparently they have muscles and arteries. Oh, that's punching a beaver. Never mind. In the left lower leg, denting it. Yeah, it's all just denting. There's no arteries and muscles here. Denting it. Right foot fracturing it. So they can be fractured, they can be dented. The last hit of the combat was kicked in the head, and the head sailed off. So we should be able to find Bronze Colossus 2's head somewhere. One of these items. Beaver 8's corpse. Left upper, right foot, upper arm, right hand. That's a beaver corpse. Nose. Left hand. Corpse. Huh. So yeah, there should be a Bronze Colossus head somewhere. That's a beaver tooth. Well, glory to the victor. Bronze Colossus won against all odds. Well, not really. It was 50-50. But they have conquered the battle arena. They slew 4 beavers and a creature that was truly their equal. And with that, we go to the end of stream overlay. And we say thank you to all of our happy little dwarves and noble humans who have watched us. And bid you good night, good morning, good day. whatever time it is for you. Have a good one. And I'll catch you later.